Hello, everyone. Welcome in and thank you so much for being here. I hope you all are having a wonderful evening. It is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. We are discussing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers this evening. Can you tell me, did you all receive notifications? Give me a 1 if you got a notification. Because I think we may have used our notifications from yesterday. So I want to make sure. But welcome in. We're going to be discussing, thank you, Panda Bear's mom, for letting me know, No Stone Unturned. But before we do that, thank you all for letting me know you're getting your notifications. Before we do that, we are going to listen to the infamous phone call from neighbor Bobbie. It has traveled well around the YouTube streets. I have not shared it here. We are going to listen to it tonight. There's a lot of information in there. I don't know where she's getting her information, but we'll listen. There's a lot of shocking things said in there. There's things about the school, etc., the neighborhood. So we are going to be listening to that today. It seems like there's a lot of information. And then we are going to listen, or I'm going to read for you the new redacted conversation that came out between parents, and it has been redacted, and I will share the conversation with you, really pointing to how few, just not being able to get a hold of people, Brandon Carter not being able to get a hold of, law enforcement not calling back, and I just can't understand. And I don't understand why there is no one superseding that office there, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. There's no one superseding them, telling them to follow their oath. Hi, Lady Freedom's Brown Narrative. I was just going to say this is credit to UA Crimson Tide and Stephen Crabtree, and also Lady Freedom's Brown Narrative, because I am going to be playing it from Lady Freedom's channel. So thank you, Lady Freedom, for your hard work on this audio. I found a lot of things shocking, quite frankly. They were very disturbing to me, and I'm actually thinking I'm going to play it. Hold on one second. I'm going to put it on speaker for you so you can hear it better. Let me do that so I can get my speaker going for you. Da-da-da. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I hope you've hit the thumbs up if you'd be so willing. And I'm going to pull this. I'm trying to pull it up. I had it pulled up on my computer, but I really do want to pull it up here. So let's try and do that. Let me see here. One moment, everyone. I'm pulling up the audio in a different way. I was going to pull it up. I was going to play it on my computer, but I think it'll be easier if I put it on speaker. So let me search here. Let me get it. Sorry about that delay, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Chat, thank you for being here. Mods, thank you for all you do. I am just looking for the video. Well, maybe we'll just go ahead and watch it on the computer. You'll be fine. Let me share this tab. For those of you who are unaware of what we are talking about, we are talking about Sebastian Rogers. Went missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He has had very few neighbors come forth and speak. This neighbor has come forth. This was a phone call that she claims she did not know was being recorded. But it shouldn't matter, because if you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. If you're telling, whatever you're telling is going to be out there anyway. So this is neighbor Bobbie. The first we heard from neighbor Bobbie was when she came on to JLR's channel and did an interview. Then this one came out August 28th, 2024. And we have not listened to that here, but boy, has it traveled the streets of YouTube. And it's quite a group. It's quite a conversation. And Lady Raw Freedom, thank you, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. Excuse me. I'm a little tired today. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. And this is credit to Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, Stephen Crabtree, and UA Crimson Tide. UA Crimson Tide and Stephen Crabtree are the ones on the phone with Bobbie. Bobbie said she did not know she was being recorded, but it shouldn't matter, right? Unless she just didn't want her words to get out there, but come on. Now, Bobbie is the only neighbor who has really come out and spoken on camera, on audio to YouTubers. So the other neighbors do not want to get involved. Many of them, they're afraid to get involved. They don't know what's going on because think about it. Law enforcement has never told them what's going on. They've never said you're living amongst abductors. They never said there's a stranger who crept into your neighborhood. They never said it's someone from possibly our area. They've never said a word about their public safety, which is actually quite alarming. So a lot of the neighbors, they just don't even want to. It's not that they don't want to help. They're afraid. They don't want to get involved because, well, you've heard how one of the individuals from the Proudfoot family, Mr. CP, speaks. And I've been working on a video for you ever since we hung up on Unplugged. It will be out tomorrow. I'm sorry I didn't get it out for you today, but I want it to be well done for you. And I'm clipping audios from CP, putting them together. And then we're going to listen to many months of his rattling on, in my opinion. Hi, Kiki True Crime. Good to see you all. It was a great panel last night, Lady Freedom and Kiki. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into this audio. It is long. It's an hour and 13 minutes. And Lady Raw Freedom, I'm sure you don't mind if we go ahead and just power through it in one sitting. We're going to. And thank you for sharing that. Hi, Perfect Pun, Jenny Mount. Long time no see. So we will be getting started with that. This has some information. I do want to give you a trigger warning because some things that are said are a little shocking. They took me back a little bit, and they may take you back a little bit. Hi, Nicey Marie. Following that, we are going to go over the updates from today. And there was an update today on X that released yet some more redacted documents in a phone conversation from March of 2024. We will go over that. It's very confusing. A lot is redacted, but I will give you the gist and then I'll just kind of go over it for you. But it's even confusing to me right now going through it. There's just so much redacted, right? But one thing I want to say is if you are new to this case, I have something I want to say. The woman on the far left, this is Lady Freedom's thumbnail, by the way, credit to her. The lady on the far left is indeed Sebastian's mother. She is living. I get many requests or inquiries asking if Sebastian's mother's dead. She is alive. She just doesn't come out and speak. Please hit that thumbs up. Half of you have hit it. We need more people involved in Sebastian's case and aware of Sebastian's case. And in this case, a neighbor who has perhaps firsthand information because she's local and she lives right there. It was wonderful. Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative said, not at all, Jay. I don't mind. I had a blast with you and Kiki, two smart, lovely ladies. I'm so happy, Kiki. I was so surprised how many never heard it. Yes, I honestly, I saw, Kiki, that you were playing it too. Yes, it was a lot of fun, Kiki, and we will have to do it again, Kiki and Lady Freedom. Just a great panel, and I actually received some really amazing feedback from our panel yesterday. So we are going to, without further ado, and I forgot to put an apostrophe S next to Freedoms. Excuse me, I'll adjust that. We are going to begin listening to the audio. And again, like I said, some of it is very upsetting to hear.
in between their houses. They carried something over their shoulders over that ditch. And I'm not working. The people next door, I told you that they didn't think, because it's an older couple, they've got cameras on the front corner and back.
I just want to make sure you all can hear it. Can you hear it? Lost my studio here. Hold on. Can you all hear it? Yes. Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure.
Corner of their house, and they told TBI and Sheriff's Office Department that their camera wasn't working. Well, they came back 2 weeks later and went around, and I told you they started the search all over again, literally from ground one. They knocked on the door and asked them, do you guys have cameras? And they said, yes, but they're not working. And the guy looked at them and said, that's okay. Can we see it anyway? And sure enough, their cameras actually were working, and there was a black blob with something thrown over the person's shoulders, walking in between their houses. They carried something over their shoulders over the edge. And I'm telling you right now, Katie Proudfoot being in the military, that woman is strong. I guarantee you she carried him over that and probably gave him to Chris standing on the other side. Because there was something that walked across in between those houses. But here's the thing that I wanted you to hear that he said to me when you were at your truck getting your other phone and everything. I said, I don't understand the whole timestamp thing. And he said, yeah, that was really weird to me too. I don't know why it wasn't working. And I said, what do you mean you were surprised it wasn't working? And he said, well, it was working Saturday. And I'm like, oh. And he said, and it was working Tuesday. He said, and it's only 2 hours off. So it was working the day before and the day after, and it was only 2 hours off.
Yeah, see, that's the weird part, man. I'm telling you, it's because whoever this was had a zipper.
Oh, I know. And I guarantee you, it was great.
That's why I was going to bring that up. If you didn't believe, I had a pocket. It's called a zipper. I can stuff down every camera around me within probably about 150 to 200 feet.
Well, and that's why I called you as soon as I got home, because after he said I had to go to a doctor appointment, but as soon as I got home.
Stated it from a news that was causing us any federal interference on the site over in Columbia, Tennessee, and he had this damn thing, and I was like, you can't technically leave me alone.
That's what I wondered if it was illegal.
It's almost like a camera.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then, since you know more about this than I do. Is it possible that if you do use those things to stop? Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because adding on to this, the neighbor across the street from me, I had gone over to her house one day to do something, and I couldn't get them to answer the door. And finally, I called her, and I'm like, why are you not using your door? And she said, I didn't hear anything. I'm like, girl, I'm over here pushing your ring button thing. She has a ring doorbell. Now, they had footage that they turned in, but there wasn't anything on it. Nothing on it. I said, why isn't your doorbell, your ring thing working? And she said, well, I don't know. It was working when this whole thing happened. Her camera just stopped working out of nowhere. The people beside them, same thing. Both of their ring cameras had gotten burned up. Can it do that?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm just wondering who else had that same problem.
Go to YouTube, search zipper, or what we call zipper camera. Like, I'm telling you, I've got this like this one.
You can just buy it.
If I cut this on, I can literally hack the PA system if I'm not.
Okay, so is it possible then that if she had one of those, can you interrupt cameras or whatever for a period of time and then they turn back on?
That would be questionable. I don't know. I wouldn't answer that one just because I know on the RF side, right, because it's a frequency thing, and it's just like your cameras work off I think it's like 2.5 to 2.7 gigahertz. That's different depends on it. It's pushing more power than the frequency allowed to be received by the said output device. And it's got, I don't know, like whether it has an RBS filter in it, whatever it has, it could try, yes.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is, like, if she had one of those, knowing that they had a camera at their house where the car was sitting, could she have interrupted, like the time, or interrupted enough to not shut the camera off, but interrupted enough to stop the timer, the timestamp, and then it comes start working again? Because he said it was working the day before, and then out of nowhere it just starts working again, and it was only stopped for 2 hours. The timestamp is only 2 hours off.
I would say yes. I would say it has to be. I hate to say anything. I have to look into it.
I guess I'm just saying, like, is it possible for that? I mean, that just seems to be totally not random, considering what happened.
My thing is here's my thing on all this. The fact that I heard these people for all fucking years say what you said, and I'm like, dude, he's a little different. I'll give him that. Like, you can tell he's kind of agitated with everything.
Well, because we're just so fed up with it. I mean, we.
Sorry, you all, I was muted. I want to show you something because it's what Bobbie is referencing. When she says, I guarantee you they carried that, they came out, it was caught on camera, there was a blob over the shoulder. I guarantee you she carried him over the ditch and handed him to CP. There's no guarantee there in my opinion, but I do want to show you that, that's knowledge of neighbors talking. And the thing that's so upsetting about that is if Bobbie knows it, that it was on camera, who else knows it? Law enforcement, who is saying there's nothing. So I'm going to share with you something real quick. And I'm going to put it here. Hold on, because I want to share something with you if you have not seen it yet. And I'm sorry I'm not quite as ready as I normally am, but I was working on a video all day. And here we go. Okay, this is what is being spoken about. Let me adjust that again. Let me go adjust that again real quick. Get it larger for you. This is what is being spoken about, okay? This is individuals. It looks like someone is carrying 2 individuals and something being carried. That could be the black blob she is speaking about. Now, as you can see, little legs are dangling here. Do you see the little dangling legs? You can also see them here. That is what is being spoken about when she says a blob being carried out. Let me enlarge it for you more. Excuse me. Okay, this is what she's speaking of. See, 2 people, a black blob. Here you see legs coming out, in my opinion, and here you can see legs dangling. Now, if you look below these feet, there's another foot there. So you can tell that these are dangling. Okay. And it's quite alarming, in my opinion. So a neighbor's talking about it being caught on image, on camera. Images are out, yet law enforcement has never, and they don't have to tell us that, but certainly to say there's no evidence of foul play and they, no idea how he left the house. Well, hello. There is information because there is a neighbor who is spouting it right now. So let's go ahead and go back. I just wanted to show you that if you're new to the case and had never seen these, this is what is being spoken about. People carrying out a black blob. And that black blob has the little feet here dangling. Now, it doesn't mean he's deceased. So please, it does mean he could have been drugged, allegedly. But what's more upsetting is this is an example of something that was occurring allegedly in the backyard. We have a neighbor discussing it, another neighbor who caught it on their footage, the neighbor Bobbie who saw it with a black blob being carried over a shoulder. No evidence means there's nothing going on. No one has anything on footage. No foul play means no footage of anything unusual that neighbors have caught. Let me go back to
just keep getting, and like he said, his phone, you know, he just kept getting phone calls. And of course, he's frustrated because, like he told me, he said, you know, I even started telling the detectives what I saw, and they argued with me and basically try to convince me that what I saw was not right. I said, they did the same thing to me. I told your wife that. And he said, I know. She's so frustrated too. It's like no matter what we tell them and no matter what we're seeing, they don't want to hear it.
I don't know. I'm interested to see what Chris says. Chris just texted me and says he's doing something with Monica and everything. So I'm interested to see.
He's putting it together. He was putting it together after when I called him after you were doing the drone footage, and I had called him as soon as I got home to tell him what you and I had discovered. And it was
What? She called Black Beauty. But where she said she was back in Florida today. But she wasn't at her house, and she didn't have Delilah, like her little dog, with her. So
well, that's not, I know that she drives. I do know that I've seen it. The dark Chevrolet 8.
yeah, that black. Yeah, that's the black one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Everybody knows that's what she drives. Is it possible she rented a car? Because I'm telling you, when we were out there talking, there was a white GMC Terrain, older model GMC Terrain, that drove up, down, and around. And I was like, where's the car that's going? Because it didn't recognize that. I've never seen that before. So we're getting so much traffic now again between her and this reward. We got all kinds of people coming through here again.
I was sitting there and after you left, there was just around.
Yeah, they're just coming through here to see what's going on. Like, okay, great. Thanks. Come through, please. Go away.
okay. First of all, did you catch where she said, no, the neighbor who caught them, the two carrying a blob over their shoulder and trying to talk to law enforcement about it, the neighbor said the detective argues with us about what we saw, that we didn't see that. Now, why is that happening when it's on footage? Why would Brandon Carter reach out to me and ask me for the audio, you know, that infamous other audio that allegedly goes along with some of the images, if he didn't believe anything happened in the backyard? And then Bobbie says, same with me. Every time I tell them something, they tell me that's not what I'm seeing or what I know. Why is that happening? Why are they not listening to individuals who clearly see something concrete on their footage? Good answer, Robin. Robin said, in her opinion, because corruption. Yes, Sumner County is hiring. Sasha Johnson says he will put in all the work, but don't send rubbish. Who are we speaking of? Brandon? Okay. Send legit video. He's gonna look at Mob Cruise. He needs them emailed to him. Brandon Carter, detective. He just received the case a few months ago. He didn't have it in the beginning. Okay. Brandon Carter has been the lead detective since Eric Craddock became sheriff. That was announced long ago. He has this stuff and he does have these audios. If he has waited 18 months to go through them, I'm sorry, that's a little late in the game, but I'm glad he's finally going through things. I truly am. But he does have this. He does have the audio from the backyard. He has these images. He has images from the lights that they claim were trash trucks and are now neighbors' lights. So yes, he does have all of it. And he's also not been honest with Seth Rogers. He doesn't return his calls. He doesn't answer his emails. I can attest to that during the ransom. It took prodding and prodding to get him to say received. So I'm sorry. He's had 18 months and I'm not going to scramble to resend him everything I've sent him. And I know that sounds awful, but I've sent him everything. Anything that he's asked for, YouTubers have sent, I've sent, people have sent him. He's here. He's been there for 18 months. And now he might have to do a little investigative work, in my opinion, because I'm not going to take my time out to send someone something who ignored me. And I know that sounds harsh, but let him earn his pay.
No kidding. I'm like, at what point do we need to, like, did y'all please leave us alone? Just leave us alone. I'm just so done with all this crap. I think that's the thing, is a lot of people are just done with all this.
Well, I'm not about that too, you buddy. I didn't mean to catch you off guard. You live there, and I'm like, no, if anybody's going to know, she's back in a little area. Sure, Bobbie would know.
Well, I got home, like I said, I got home and I jumped in the shower really quick because I had this appointment and I was soaking wet with sweat out there talking to you guys. And then it was hot. It was like stupid hot. And then I got on the phone with Chris and we were talking for a little bit. And then my kids were all home and we were doing all that kind of stuff. I had not been outside. So if she came back through here with her car, I didn't see that. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But who was the other person? Who else is on the phone with me? Who is this? That's Chris.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to know that?
I can't find my studio. Sorry.
How? Why?
She's not one of the bad ones.
No, I'm like, like you say that, like, yeah, I'm like supposed to know that. How?
You don't TikTok. You watch TikTok, right?
I don't. That's what I told you. I told you I don't have TikTok. I have to look you up and find you. Well, I was like,
You don't use nothing.
I do watch YouTube.
I'm on YouTube. I don't have my own channel on YouTube. I'm not on like I just like
You need to.
shoot. Nah. I'll stick to
Do you do TikTok as well? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm on TikTok. I was when Riley Strain was missing, I was undercover in the homeless encampments.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah. I mean,
You should hear her fucking story.
Oh, I feel a little, that's like super crazy, man.
No, she got balls and shit. You know her just sitting there about
Yes.
you got some balls on.
Yeah, but the thing, there's a big difference between vocalizing things, saying things, versus physically doing things. Because physically doing it and being out in the field doing it is like total balls. But I think Betty has
mental like she has a mental disorder balls. Like
she's a narcissist. She's a psychopathic narcissist. She wants everybody to feel sorry for her because she came out here and worked her butt off. I'm gonna tell you something. Our neighborhood, I personally called the police on her. Personally myself. And several of the other neighbors around here were throwing a fit about her just nonchalantly driving through, taking videos, and then getting out of her car and walking out of her neighborhood without asking a single person, stapling these papers, the flyers, to the pole, which it's great. I'm glad that you're trying to put the word out, but could you have asked first? And then ironically, a big storm comes through and literally blows every one of them off.
Well, here's the problem.
So now you know who called the police on Betty. So this is kind of upsetting But yes, I'm sorry I sounded so harsh about Brandon, but for 18 months, we've all been worried. We've been trying to get his attention. For him to say he's only been on it a few months, malarkey. He's been on it since Sonny died and Eric became sheriff, Craddock, and Bobbie was moved to lead detective. So there is no excuse. I'm glad he's getting on top of it, but I'm not going to go through all my emails. I'm not going to go through everything and resend it to him. And I'm really sorry if that sounds awful. So I know I hate that they're throwing Bullhorn under the bus too, because why wouldn't someone hang up posters in a neighborhood where a child's missing and there's none up? It's Bobbie called. She just admitted it. She was one of the ones who called on Bullhorn Betty. So, and yes, if it is to their hiring at Sumner County Sheriff's Office, let's hope that they use discretion in whom they hire. There are a couple of updates out on the local news for Sebastian that we will also listen to tonight, and then we will get to the X updates. But I want to go through this with you, and I'm really sorry that upset me about Brandon Carter, but we went through the ransom thing. We went through the threats to Sebastian's life, and as many times as he was contacted, allegedly, in my opinion, and by me, until it was like he was watching the emails go through until I said, you know what? I need a response. And then I got it. So that tells me someone's watching emails and deciding not to respond. So he can go and take his 18 months that he's done whatever he's done or not done, and he can start putting his case together. And I hope he does. But the fact that they're telling neighbors what they're seeing on footage isn't there is malarkey. Because I know from local sources what they were watching at the command post. And I've said it before. If I have to start naming a couple of names of a county commissioner or a couple of more individuals, I will. Because those county commissioners talked about the case recently with people concerned from the community. And they told the people in the community, if you want this solved, you have to take it out of Sumner County. Now, what that tells me is they know Sumner County isn't going to do anything. But maybe all of this that's coming out now, someone wants to do his job. Well, in my opinion, if I hadn't been teaching my entire school year and come April, I needed kids to turn in work and I needed grades and I started asking everyone to do it for me so I could scramble at the end, no one's going to do that. Because my job was not just now, it was all year long. Unbelievable.
One thing to do it for general somebody that cares. Like, Tracy and I went out there posting all this shit, but she was up there doing it. I wouldn't post it out there while I'm searching.
I don't know that that's doing anything. I just don't see how posting flyers in their neighborhood.
Yeah, she did that. She did that for, like, it wasn't for, she did that to harass them. Like, let's be honest.
A flyer in the neighborhood is harassment. Wow.
A middle finger, like, hey, try and stop me.
What she's doing right now is a middle finger where she's using
Yes.
her family.
Yes.
She's using someone like that. And I said that to Tim Bailey, and I said, you just gonna let this happen? Like, she's literally making y'all look stupid.
That's what bothers me is, and that's why I called you earlier to be like, I don't agree with how law enforcement handled this in the very beginning. And
When I went up there earlier, though, when I was on the phone with you and I went to Sheriff's Department, they said what you said. They said, look, man, there's not much we can do unless she specifically mentioned and pulled on. And as far as the neighborhood, he's like, we can put one of those security cameras in. He said, at the end of the day, like you said, it's not going to stop people from coming in there.
no, and they're not going to do. And I'm really kind of frustrated because even when I called the sheriff's department last night on this, was it last night? Not before last. Not before last. When we had this weird black truck come through the neighborhood. It was completely blacked out, which really creeped me out. That when the deputy, not the deputy, the officer came up and talked to me, and I was telling him what was happening. Of course, he found a person, and they claimed to have car issues, which doesn't make any sense if you're going to be completely blacked out. Like, that's weird. But anyway, so we were talking, and I told him, I said, I feel like nobody cares about us. It's all about protecting the people who are doing this. Like, I'm all for, your amendment to the Constitution. I'm 100% for those. We have to have our constitutional rights. But at what point do we as families who are trying to live a private life that didn't ask for this, where do we get protection? None. There is zero, zilch. So he said, you need to talk to your commissioner and see if there's anything that he can do to change things or add things or something to help
Bobbie,
protect you guys.
Here's a suggestion. Why don't y'all do, like, put up a sign, just like this neighborhood is under video surveillance. You don't have to actually put it under video surveillance, but just, like, put up a sign.
Well, like Dude said, that neighbor that, well, I won't say this person, but, he said put one of those things in. I think that was genius.
But it still goes back to what is it going to do?
Well, here's the thing. If nobody has to know that it's not like that it's just a bluff. But if people think that they're on camera,
they may not.
If they think they're on camera, they aren't going to drive,
Yeah, but I didn't think about that way. It's not necessarily what they know that happens to them. It's the fact that you're being recorded.
Yeah, they
really want to be recorded doing whatever you're doing.
Exactly. And
or if you ask Betty Bullhorn, she'll tell you, I can do whatever I want to. I'm within my constitutional right because she's a genius and she does the law better than anybody.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I can't stand that woman. She is a genius.
She's super alt-right.
She what?
Yes.
Alt-right.
Yeah, alternative right. Yes, she is, Stephen.
What does that mean?
Like crazy far right.
Yeah, far right, but then there's there's MAGA occultists, what I call it. And then you've got the far left, which is like any occultist, what you call them. And then you've got your normal Democrats and Republicans, you know what I mean?
Oh, I never heard of all that. That's like genders. How many genders do you have? How many sides of politicians? I'm a conservative patriot. What does that make me? I'm afraid to ask. I'm like, I like my guns. I like the ability to talk. I don't want government control. Yeah, I do want police because I know that they do help protect us, and I don't feel like they get enough pay. But I don't know how this is being used. She's using the law on her favor, and I think she's gone. So, but I also I think that she's using that far right tactic to make everybody think that she's this good person, and I really think that's fake. I think it's fake to get people to think she's this big American supporter, and like you said, MAGA, blah, 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 whatever. Well, I'm a MAGA supporter. I want to make America great again. I want that more than anything in the world. However, we need some laws to protect us. I just feel like it's almost to the point where it's protecting the public more than it's protecting us. And I've called my commissioner twice, and he has still yet to call me back. So I'm wondering if, is she causing such a scene legally that now nobody within the government in Sumner County wants to mess with anything to do with this case because she's just threatened everybody?
Please. It is not because of Bullhorn Betty, who is trying to put up flyers, is the reason no one wants to talk about this case. This is absolutely ludicrous, in my opinion. First of all, the county commissioners told them it needed to be taken out of Sumner County to disappointing that that their commissioner seat. And I know of at least one that was at the command post who talked about the 3 a.m. sedan, the flashlights, that it wasn't a random kidnapping, so you don't have to be worried about your kids, etc. But guess what? They just voted. It came out that the people of Sumner County are not able to speak at those meetings. So it was brought forth by one commissioner that the people should be able to speak. It was voted down by the commissioners. It was also brought forth that there should be term limits. Term limits mean you're limited how long you can serve. And when you don't have term limits, that breeds complacency. That breeds corruption. That breeds sense of self instead of sense of community. They voted it down and they didn't want to hear the voices of their own people. So they voted them down, being able to speak at meetings. And you want to know why? Would anyone have anything good to say right now? There are people moving out of the area, even if they don't live close. There are people who will not bring their children to the area. There are people all over social media repeating the statement the sheriff said, R is a strong word, let's just call it snuggle struggle. Those kind of things, they amplify crime and hurt victims. They are not listening because Bullhorn Betty made them not want to listen. They are not listening. Bullhorn Betty has nothing to do with a neighbor showing them footage that they keep telling the neighbors, you're not seeing that, you're not seeing that. Well, guess what? Why don't we get some commissioners out here who we know saw it? And why don't we have them come forth and explain why for 18 months they've kept in their little pocket what they saw, what they knew. A 3 a.m. sedan pulled up, flashlights got out of the car, flashlights were in the backyard, and it was not a random kidnapping. Why don't they come forth and say that if they care? Get out of your seat if you're not big enough to stand up for the right things. It's disgusting. And if you're holding information, no one wants to hear from you if you can't tell what you know. If you're just telling pieces of the puzzle, move along. It's very frustrating. So yes, if they say it needs to be taken out of Sumner County, they exactly know the corruption that's involved. They exactly know the corruptions that involved, and that the people they would take this to are not people who are reasonable about this, not people who will help. And again, maybe some are scrambling right now and it's about darn time, but 18 months in a child's life of sitting collecting your paycheck as a public servant and not doing your job, and suddenly you want everyone to resend you everything. What has he been doing for 18 months? We know not answering emails. We know not returning calls. We know they never called Bristol, Virginia, or went out there. They never got out to Oregon or contacted our Oregon eyewitness. They never, ever responded to the lady from Spokane International Airport who thought she was looking at Sebastian on October 12th and could not get a hold of Sumner County or TBI. It's just a nightmare. And yes, I'm glad they're scrambling. They ought to be with everything that's coming out and the eyes that are on it. People from Homeland Security, people from the White House, FBI, Kash Patel, Elon Musk. Big eyes are on this. And now that big eyes are on it and the silence isn't making it go away Sumner County style, suddenly people want everything. Well, I gave my audio in December. I've tried to give different things. I sent him image from the backyard. I don't know what else we can do, but that's unbelievable.
I think that's part of it. I think that one of the other things is that she is kind of trying to intimidate everyone into like backing away from the case. Like saying she's gonna dig into Craddock's, like deep dive into all Craddock stuff. She's gonna deep dive in the sheriff's department, and she's trying to use that to intimidate people to not not investigate her, Tony, and all them. Because I think they're money laundering. I'll just be honest. I think they're money laundering.
Oh, yeah. Well, you mean Sumner County or her?
No. Not Sumner County. Not Sumner County. Them. Like Tony Mathis, Seth, Betty.
Yeah. Well, and I'll be honest with you, and I think that
I'm not still part of that too.
Steven, you didn't sign the contract.
you're not doing it for the wrong reason. You're doing it for the right reason. So the people who are doing it for the right reason are typically not going to make as much money because you're doing it the right way and not. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I think I was used as a pawn, and I don't know how you guys feel about. Well, I shouldn't mention any.
JLR.
Okay.
I'll say it for you.
I was gonna be nice. I'm trying to be nice, but I think he used me as a pawn. She really did. Yeah, I didn't say it. You said it.
No, I said it.
Yeah.
I'll own it.
I truly believe that he used me as a pawn. And then when it came down to it, and I sent him a message, and I told him what happened and how I was treated, he pretty much just said people are crazy. That's all he said. I even sent him the video of the guys that were attacking me and calling me all kinds of names and all this crap, and said, wow, that's awfully nice of them, and never said a word, never him nothing. He didn't come to my defense, never said a word, and I thought, oh, so basically I was your pawn. And it didn't even dawn on me at the very beginning when he very first asked me if I would go on his live with him and if he could use my name. And of course, my name is Bobbie, but I had it on Facebook as Mrs. Bobbie because having a unisex name, a lot of people don't realize the spelling is different for male versus female. So a lot of people think I'm a man. And it's a picture, my profile picture is a picture of me and my husband together. So a lot of people that don't know me, well, not sure which one's Bobbie and which one's not, whatever. And so I had Mrs. Well, it didn't dawn on me when he asked me, he's like, well, can I just use your name as Mrs. Bobbie? I think he did that on purpose so people could stalk me on Facebook. Because I've had people trying to send me a friend request to connect with me on Facebook. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. And no, I'm not.
I'm not taking up a JLR here. I really ain't. Because I've been through the ringer with him. But, it took him a while to apologize to me, to be honest. I think it comes, man. Honestly, I think he's just something's wrong. I think that he's off. Like, he doesn't have...
If you sue the people that he sued and sue the Eiffel Tower, I mean, what do you expect?
I do not trust him as far as he could pick up a rock or a boulder and throw it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I think the man...
Who are they talking about right there? I missed that. Who is it that they can't trust? I missed that. Right. Sebastianrogers is the victim here. Exactly. But I missed who they were talking about that they can't trust.
But
kind of like bullhorn in a sense. There's something wrong.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to about money and clicks.
You give me another rock, so help me God, and you cost me $3,000. I owe
He's
it.
yelling at the dog.
I was gonna say what?
Yeah, not that rock. Not your. He's not talking about the rock that you were talking about.
I literally just had a rock and he's yelling about it. I'm like, I didn't say I was eating it. I was standing with the rock, but that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That was perfect timing.
I knew what was going on in your head, Bobbie. You were like, "What the heck is he talking about? I didn't eat a rock. How did I cost you $3,000?"
Yeah, that totally threw me off. Okay, that was hysterical.
My dad started to eat rocks and bones and had to have his damn stomach pumped.
Oh yeah, that's when you want to strangle the. Yeah, I get it. Well, I know the night that he asked me to be on that live, and I had told him that I was very nervous about it, and I even asked him if he could do the video without my face and voice. I mean, just my voice and not my face or anything. And he was just like, well, we can do it that way. But I just really think that, the community needs to hear from a neighbor and needs to put a face to a name and all that and kind of try to convince me to get out there. And I just feel like, regardless of what you're doing, if what you just did, well, first of all, when he told me when we were on the live, he said, you've got over 2,000 people on here. And of course, I panicked. I'm like, oh my God. That was not at all what I wanted to happen. Like, that, it just blew my mind. But, and then afterwards, when I got attacked and all this stuff came out and whatever, I just felt like if you're going to set that situation up and what you did caused that person to be mistreated, You created that. So the least you could do is come back and do another live or another video or something to try to counteract that and explain that, you know, this person was nice enough to do this to you. The least you can do is counteract that with, y'all got this all wrong. And it made me mad that he did not even one time defend me. Not one time. Like, you created this, and the least you could do is defend me.
Okay, real quick, I want to show you something. Talking about Sumner County, I do want to share something with you. This is Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee. Their open case, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And I'm going to read it to you. They don't post about him, but they have him under open cases. An Amber Alert. Oh, by the way, he's been missing since February 26, 2024. An Amber Alert has been issued on behalf of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian is a 15-year-old white male, 5'5", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Sebastian was last seen on February 26, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville. This was February 26, 2024 in the wee hours. So February 26, 2024, he still has on here. That is the sheriff's page. He also still has the Amber Alert here where it says, what does it say? Sebastian was last seen on February 26, 2024. Never made the changes, never took the time, never took the care. And that is why it's so frustrating. Now, she does come out and start talking about the school as well. She feels they're not protected. She's talked to the commissioners. They still don't feel protected. And someone shared in the chat that Crabtree has come out recently and admitted that where the lights are on during those surveillance photos he put out, the early morning lights that are on, that SF blurred those lights, according to Crabtree and someone in my chat. I have not verified that myself. Unbelievable. It's just shocking, isn't it?
He didn't.
Yeah.
Who cared less?
With creators, I've learned that you cannot expect that they're going to look out for their interest, and that's it. And if it if it doesn't benefit them to go out and like die on a hill for you, so to speak, then they're not going to do it.
That's true.
Unless it's going to generate like another, you know, revenue for them.
Well, and certain, like you said, you know, certain people, I have learned to realize that they are all about the money and the clicks. And then there's others that really are trying to get information out there and get, like you said, the number and whatever out there. When Stephen first mentioned this mob crew guy, and I was like, I'm not doing that again. But then when I saw the video, I was like, wow, he's really putting this together and really making sense. He actually made me question some where the lights were going. So when we got to talk to the neighbor, it was like, oh, and of course Chris was so excited when I called him afterwards because he was like basically me confirming what he was suspecting, and he was like, oh, he was so excited and like, oh my god, this is awesome, I can't believe this is, so he was excited that what he put together actually worked. So that was the confirmation he was enjoying as well. Now, Stephen, let me ask you this: when you said there's no way that somebody could carry somebody over that ditch, I mean, it is deep and it's wide. I've walked over it 1,000 times myself. My sister used to live behind it, on the other side over there. I've walked over that ditch myself 1,000 times. I physically could not have carried somebody. But don't you think that if she was in the military and went through the training that she went through, I'm hearing that she's strong as an ox and very smart. Katie, yes.
What do
She
you
was in the
think?
Marines.
What do you think happened though that would have made her not call? Like, if it's not like an accident, if an accident happened, I think she's, you know.
No, I think she did it on purpose. I think she drugged him, and either drugged him to the point of knocking him. Because the question is how they, after we know about what happened with the whole light thing, and now we've got it confirmed for a fact where the lights went. But I know that my kids were over in the construction area, and let me rephrase this before anybody assumes anything. My kids were not standing next to the dogs when they jumped in the water. They were at the top of the hill, on top of the dirt mound, and could see the dogs from where they were standing, but they were not walking with them. They were over there in the property with them. The dogs jumped into the pond. The handler had to pick up and drag the dog out of the water because it's like quicksand. And when he came back out of the water and they walked back up to the back of the property where our house meets the construction area, my kids were out there and asked, what happened? And the handler said he jumped in the water. And my kids were like, what do you mean? Why did he jump in the water? Well, not only did he tell my kids that, but he told my neighbor down the street the exact same thing when they came door to door asking for video footage and do you mind if we search your property? Her husband asked him, the dog was right there. Her husband asked, did you guys get any hits? And the guy said the exact same thing.
I'll be right back.
So
I want to clarify that. I do want to clarify that. Bobbie's boys were helping in the search. They were not walking around freely, involving themselves in anything. They were walking around with the law enforcement searching. They were not doing anything on their own. They were not set free to go stumbling through there on their own. And I just want to clarify that because regardless of how you feel about Miss Bobbie, who's come out and spoken, and some of the contradictions maybe or whatever, no matter how you feel that, we don't want to involve her children. Okay? They were not involved. They were not out there running around. They were not there searching by themselves. They were with law enforcement. So I just want to clarify that because those are kids. Okay? Now, I want to talk about Max jumping in the pond. Max was not following Sebastian's scent. He is not a scent dog. He's a tracker. He tracks the last scent, the last track. So whoever last went from that house to the pond and in the pond is who Max was tracking. So I want to just clarify, Bobbie's kids are hands off, in my opinion, on my channel, please. We have enough going on in this world with kids being traumatized. We don't want to bring some into a case that have nothing to do with it other than they put their boots on and they help search when even a stepfather and a mother weren't doing so, in my opinion. Sasha says something pertaining to Sebastian was in the pond from a shower or laundry, being in a crawl space or rugs in the overflow. I don't know. That's good theory. Anything's possible, especially when so much we're finding out has not been followed up on. Now, SI officer said in the pond when they drained it, there was a point, it was on the news. There was a black and white hat and very thick piece of plastic. Interesting. I saw that. I'm gonna have to go back. Do you have the link for that, SI? By chance, just handy? Whose cap was in the pond? I do remember hearing there was a cap in the pond. Who always wears a cap? Oh, wait, what color is this cap up here? Just kidding. Let's keep going.
Here's my thing is how would they, I think, did you hear that Seth was allegedly missing from the jail for 2 hours?
I heard, the first thing I heard was there's no account of him being at work between the hours of 2 and 5. Then my neighbor down the street, who I was just talking about, her family, she's got family and friends that work at the jail. Her granddaughter works at the jail. She got it confirmed that there is no account of him being at work between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
So he was definitely not there. He was down here in the car. That's where I'm going. That's my opinion. I think.
So do you think they're all in on it then?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
All three of them?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think so. Yes. I think that Katie was at home, and when Monday morning, when my neighbor that's directly across the street from their house, who Stephen actually saw today, when she called me that Monday morning around 8 o'clock asking me if I had heard what was going on, of course, at that point in time, I literally just got up and I didn't know what was going on. Her story to me by Katie was that Katie had gotten back from Texas Roadhouse, and Sebastian took the trash out, and then she was sitting on the couch watching TV, and Sebastian was in his room.
Okay.
Right. Sebastian was in his room and supposedly supposed to be getting ready for bed, whatever. Well, Katie was on a couch, and I think it was about 10:30 or so. She heard a thunk and yelled across the house, "Sebastian, what are you doing?" He's like, "Nothing, Mom. Everything's fine. Go to bed." So she goes in the kitchen. She does whatever she does, and then she goes to bed, and everything is done. Never one time did she ever mention being on the phone with Chris or doing schoolwork or anything like that. None of that ever happened until after she did that first YouTube live with that one person, that lady.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? So the first things, okay, so a neighbor called Bobbie when all this first was happening and they realized Sebastian was missing. She said, "Do you know what's going on?" And Bobbie said, "No." She told her, but what KP had told the neighbor, and this may be the neighbor who searched with a flashlight with KP under the house. But she told the neighbor they got back from the Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out. She was on the couch watching TV, not studying for her business school, not talking to Chris. Sebastian was in his room around 10:30. She thinks she heard a thud and said, "What are you doing?" And he told Katie, and I've heard this, to go to bed. And then Katie went in the kitchen before going to bed. Another thing that's very interesting that she just said was, and I'm going to debunk it right now. She said there's no proof Seth was at the jail, that there's someone who works there that gave an account that there's no proof of him being there from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Seth's government time cards have been provided. I would love to see CP's time cards. This incident was after this, this conversation was after CP stopped her car, because CP stopped her car like February 27th, maybe, or 26th in the evening. So that CP stopping her car and saying, you don't know my mom, whatever he said, people know my mom's known, get out of here. Okay. That was before this audio. That was right after he went missing. Nicey says, "This reminds me of Mrs. Cravens on Bewitched, the neighbor gossipers, my opinion." Yes. So we're going to keep going because I want you to hear some of the stuff about the school too.
So the question was, when I called my neighbor back and I asked her, I said, "Did you know anything about that phone booth call?" She said, "No." She never said anything to me about being on the phone with him. So then I talked to another friend of mine who lives on the street from me, who was actually at the command post. And then my neighbor, her granddaughter, is in the EMS service, and she was there at the command post because they had EMS there in case for the first week, just in case they happened to find him injured or stuck somewhere or whatever. And she was at the command post, and she said that they got a ping on his phone in Memphis at the RV. And she said, "Yeah, but it never moved." So the idea is he left his phone sitting in the RV so that he could have an air quotes alibi, and when they pinged his phone, it would be up there. Well, he was here. I have no doubt in my mind he was in that car with Seth. Chris got out of the car and walked to the house or called Katie and told her to bring him out. Now, I don't know if he was already dead or she just drugged him, but the question I have is, if she just drugged him and didn't overdose him, but just drugged him because he took sleeping medicine.
Right.
So, I mean, if you take enough of that, it completely knocks you out. It could kill you. I mean, obviously you
Right.
could overdose on that and it could kill you. So, did she overdose him and kill him, or did she just knock him out? And then, did they take him to the retention pond over in the construction area and drown him? My son accidentally got into that retention pond just a couple weeks ago with his four-wheeler, and he literally had to pull it out with a Jeep because it was like butt sand, and you could hear it suction when he pulled the four-wheeler out of it. You could hear the suction of it. So if somebody got into that, it would not have been easy for him to get out. So who's to say they didn't drown him in there and then push him down in there or dump water or dig him into that? You know what I mean? And
Right.
then it was raining, and it rained for 2 or 3 days after that.
If anything, see, I don't think Seth and I don't think there's any that all three of them could be involved, because I don't think that there's any way that they would let Seth profit the way anybody would let say he has from this case.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to defend Seth right there. Seth has not profited for 18 months. He has lost work searching for his son. He has dedicated his life to searching for his son. He is not profiting off of it. I do not believe Seth is involved in any way, shape, or form, and you are welcome to form your own opinions, but Seth was at work. Seth was not in that vehicle. Now, that vehicle that Bobbie's referring to is the 3 a.m. vehicle. And she knows about that 3 a.m. vehicle as well, as you can tell from her dialogue. Where did Bobbie hear about the 3 a.m. sedan? Think about it. She lives in the neighborhood. Just think about it, okay? But Seth was not in that vehicle. It has been submitted, his time records. He works for the government. They're not going to doctor time records for anyone. And he has spent every penny looking for his son. Now, he's not out buying $500 reptiles. He's not out going to Disney World. He's not out going all over the place. He is not doing those things. He is looking, the trips he has taken are to follow sightings. North Carolina, Virginia. So Virginia twice. Bristol and I'm trying to think, where does Mama Katie live? Chesapeake? So I will defend him. Thank you, Jane Michael Interiors, for emailing me. I started getting back to my emails a little bit. So I just want to clarify that. And I do want to clarify, since Bobbie did this interview, she does not, in my opinion, I'm just going to say, in my opinion, believe Seth is involved. Okay? Bobbie is the Karen in the neighborhood and a busybody, but you know what, you all, to her defense, Bobbie is the only one who came out and spoke for Sebastian. Did she tell everything accurately? Maybe not. Has she left things out? Yes, she has. But she's the neighbor who has come out and spoke on behalf. So, yes, I know that what she's saying doesn't align. There's some contradictions. Sometimes she'll say something and then go back on it. But the fact that she's talking about Seth bothers me a lot, because Seth was not in the 3 a.m. sedan. And what I'd like to throw back at her, if she wants to sit there and talk about Seth being in the 3 a.m. sedan, I would like to say, Bobbie, how do you know about the 3 a.m. sedan? Why don't you clarify that for us? And I don't mean to be that way, but if we're going to go ahead and take a victim, the father is a victim here because he's missing his son, and say he was involved and say he was in the car, that 3 a.m. car, then why don't you go ahead and share with us all, Bobbie, how you know about the 3 a.m. car? Why don't you tell us that? Instead of your opinions, tell us the fact of where you got the 3 a.m. sedan confirmed. I know. Why don't you share with the rest?
Like, he's the only one that's profiting.
What I would, I mean, well, but
Katie and Chris were about to get rid of Sebastian. So I'm like, what would they have had any motive?
Because she's getting to keep the Social Security money that she was getting from Sebastian. And now instead of having to pay for all of Sebastian's medical stuff, I also think, but here's the other thing too, though. I think they had to get rid of Sebastian because he was talking to the school and the nurses and the counselors about what Chris was doing to him at the house.
Boom. So why would Seth be in on that? Why would Seth be part of having to get rid of a child who was talking about what CP was doing and abusing him when Seth was never notified? That's a broken link. Seth had nothing to do with that. He didn't know, and he would not have to get rid of Sebastian for talking about CP abusing him. He would have gone, Sebastian wouldn't have been the one he would have been upset with. But exactly. If you're going to say things like that, then tell us how you know about the 3 a.m. sedan. Don't start putting people inside the 3 a.m. sedan without telling us how you know it's there. But no, that's upsetting.
And how Chris was treating him, and then how Seth was reportedly treating him. And he was starting to talk about it. You see, this kid was getting older. I mean, he's 15 years old now. So I know for an absolute fact, I graduated from there. I know teachers in there. My kids went to school over there. I still know teachers over there. And I actually had an teacher assistant, that my kids had call me at the beginning of this and ask me how much I knew. And we had like an hour-long conversation, and she said herself, she said, I'm telling you, they got rid of him because he was talking. CPS had reported being over here several times.
Yeah, see, like, all the stuff that, like, Seth is doing has made him look so much, like, guiltier in my mind as, like, the guilty, like, as being, like, solely having the motive. Like, I just don't think, because Katie and Chris were allegedly having those marital problems, right?
Chris and Katie were having they were having fights in their backyard, yelling and screaming at each other. That was reported from multiple people. They were fighting and arguing. There was a neighbor close by that overheard Chris say, either you get rid of him or I am. He hated Sebastian, hated him. That was reported at school. One of the counselors admitted, or one of the teachers admitted, knowing that he absolutely hated him. Apparently, he also said it to one of his coworkers, and he hated him. He said, what did they call him? A freaking retard or something? He called him.
Yeah.
So I know Chris hated him, and I think that he was causing major issues in their marriage because Katie, being the mom, was trying to deal with all of his emotional issues. I also know that, and this is still not been talked about, but it is absolutely confirmed that he did not have autism. He had a chromosome deficiency that produces. Well, yeah, but they're still not talking about that either. And I think that she brought that up because she knew that if she didn't say anything, they would just deem this as a missing persons report.
But I'm going to say something really here. So my mom was this letter. She know that, Bobbie.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
What, Stephen?
What?
I just seen something that pissed me off.
Oh.
Okay.
What'd you see?
That doesn't sound good.
Just fucking something else got nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Huh. I don't know. Like, part of me just thinks that, I mean, I was and so anti Chris and Katie at first. But see, like, I think that Sebastian was so desperate for friends that it's very possible he could have been lured out to the car thinking he was meeting somebody.
But he wasn't, because every single one of our neighbors that are on that street, all of them looked at the ring cameras, and there was absolutely nothing showing that anyone came on that street to pick him up or walk out with him. And the only video footage that has not been released to the public that, like I said, someone I know was there at the command center and saw with their own two eyes somebody carrying him out the front door. And Chris even admits that on the audio when he was talking to Narked Drivers. He specifically said that the dog scent went out the front door, turned to the left, went between the houses, exactly where the lights went.
Said that they did, or she did, and
Before we get into that, I do want to come on here, and I'm sorry I keep stopping it, but when they're going to trash individuals, we need to talk about it. When she said how Seth was treating him, that he could outcry, be an outcrier and tell him that too. That was debunked. That was from the divorce. That was claims that KP had made, and those were not corroborated, and they were dropped. They wanted, and then she says, even the teacher said CP hated him. So why would you have to wrap Seth into that? CP hated him. Co-workers said they heard him calling him an R word. Neighbors heard him saying, you get rid of him or I will. There was a neighbor who saw him power wash him and he fell to the floor, allegedly. And I have also heard about the autism diagnosis, which hadn't come along very long, that the school, I'm not going to say, but it's not, the school wasn't even sure if there allegedly was that. So it was chromosome deletion. And like Bobbie said, and I do believe, when they said autism, they thought everyone would envision a wanderer and a runaway, because that's characteristic of kids with autism, elopement. That's why, in my opinion, he was misrepresented in the beginning, younger than his years. If you approach him, he won't answer you, but he might look, that kind of stuff. Okay? So I just want to clarify that, because we need to be careful. And she even just said, my good friend who was at the command center saw it with her own eyes, them carrying him out the front door. Did you hear that? My good friend from the command center saw with her own eyes him being carried out the front door. Then she brings up the very good point, and we're about to listen to it, that CP tells Narked Drivers a route that the dogs went. That's not a route the dogs went. That's a route the flashlight people went. The people carrying him out of the home. I just want to bring that up to you guys, because I will debunk things that I know not to be true. Because if you have 3 parents, one has been searching for 18 months. He's searching. That's his life. That's his priority. You have one who is playing, dressing up as sheriff, one who's running his mouth all the time, and then one who is hiding. Which parent would you be looking at? Which parents? Not the one searching for 18 months. In my opinion, you'd be looking at the one hiding and the one running his mouth, trying to get the attention off of Sebastian, allegedly. No, Nicey Marie, it's not that one. I know who she's speaking about, but I cannot say. But I know whom she's speaking about, but I cannot say. I'm not at liberty to say. But no, it is not the backdoor neighbor. I do want to clear him of that. That's not who told her that she saw. Well, remember, you just heard her say, my good friend, she said. She saw it with her own eyes. So it's okay. But I just want to bring that up to you all, that path that we're about to hear is not where dogs went. There's been no indication that any of the dogs there followed a scent that led anywhere. The path that you are about to hear is the path where Sebastian was carried out of the home, in my opinion, through the back greenway, call it those backyards. Those backyards. And that's what that is. That's no dogs did that path. People did that path. Kiki says she does say who it is, Jay, that she talks to. Okay. Because I don't want to, I'm not going to say that. But thank you for letting me know, Kiki. I appreciate that.
Or didn't. I didn't know who she actually worked for, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, she got some questions on it.
Yeah, well,
there's a lot of BS out there. People saying there's no dogs in.
That's what I heard. And then I read the article from the actual news, and it said that the dogs got a scent that they from an article clothing or something, and then they tracked all the way here, like several times.
Here's a better one. There was the dispatcher. The call got released from the dispatchers to the deputies and the responding units. In that release of information, you can clearly hear the dispatcher and the cops all say the dog's got a scent that's over here in this pond.
Okay.
And I mean, for people to say no, it didn't. Now you're bullshit.
Yeah, and that's what.
Deputies said that shit in the dispatch.
And that's what everybody kept saying. And I'm like, there's got to be some truth to this, because that doesn't make any sense. Like, so yeah, they tracked here. So.
Yeah, and then like I said, the path that they tracked. So our subdivision, if you're in that subdivision,
yeah,
directly, the next subdivision over to the left is our subdivision.
Okay.
It's called Victoria Place.
Okay.
The scent that they got, as soon as you turn in our subdivision, you're on Kelly. Driving all the way up to the very top of the hill at a four-way, you'll see that to the right they're cutting in the new road that will link
all this together. Okay.
Yeah. The scent
Is that what he's talking about? Directly right there? Oh.
This is the path that they took. This is the path through here. Okay. This is the path. Isn't that ironic that he knew that path? So then it makes you wonder, did someone take him to the retention pond area? Just makes you wonder.
The new road that will link
all this together. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what he's talking about? Directly right there? Oh.
So a track. Yeah, there was no question. The dogs were all there. Yeah, it was 100%. And do you know how much they actually drained?
They drained the whole thing.
It's okay.
So initially, when they went over to look at it, it was only knee deep. From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
He's 5'9", and it was knee deep on him.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay, so they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah, so they actually...
Because I went on me and law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle.
Right.
Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they've done that. Okay. So I can actually give you a little bit more.
Say that again.
From the picture that you showed me, there's a lot of new runoff.
Yeah, that's what
where they're cut. Yeah.
Trying to figure out. I was like, I don't know how shallow it was before or after.
Yeah. I'm 5'9", and it was knee deep.
Okay.
So, and they even drained it and still walked it.
Okay, so they actually walked it. I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that is actually information that was told to me by law enforcement.
Yeah. So they actually,
because I went on me and law enforcement, they could put me in a vehicle, right? Drove me around and showed me a bunch of stuff. I'm the only one that they've done that with.
Why is the stepfather the only one they've done that with? I find that interesting too. I find that very interesting. How does he know how deep it was on him? Right? If law enforcement's telling him they drained it, they walked it, how does CP know based on his size where that water met on his knees? And isn't it a very big conflict of interest, in my opinion, that the stepfather was driven around and shown things no one else was? He was the only one they've done that with, admittedly his own words. But yet, the real father, the biological father, the only father in this case, wasn't taken. And Sasha's asking, is it the road leading to second generation back road? Ooh, good question. Second generation, though, is in Gallatin. Let's keep listening. Mods, just watch the chat. If anyone's not being friendly, just go ahead and remove them because we don't play that way here. Let them go somewhere where they like that kind of stuff. Thank you.
okay.
So I can actually give you a little bit more information than what everybody's out there running their mouth.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going public with it.
No.
Quite honestly, I'm tired of the BS in the room.
That's what I kept trying to tell everybody. I was like, it's, the kid, I said he left the house, and then the internet went crazy with rumors and speculation. And I was like, I don't go off of rumors. I go off of what we got now. And I said something about that pond. I said, and it just stopped. I said, so that's where I want to go. That's where I want to search and try to figure this out. Then,
so to work backwards from the pond, okay, if you were to walk from the pond, go straight up into the construction site, you'll see where they cut the road and it turns left. If you walk that all the way back, runs you to our subdivision.
okay.
If you go down Kellen, all the way down to Stafford, and walk down towards Stafford toward our house. From our house, if you're looking at my house, I'm going to tell you where the dog scent went. They started on the front porch.
Okay.
Because off the front porch, the dogs cut to the right. They go all the way down the side of the house along the fence.
So they went to the back side, or that
right
to the north.
If you're looking at my house,
okay,
it's going to be the right-hand side. The dog goes all the way down the fence. The dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts diagonally to the house next door to us through their backyard. And that is the direction which the dogs take off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the main road, go up Kellen, and head over to the other subdivision.
Okay.
I mean, they've had dogs.
How many? Yeah, a lot of dogs.
But day one, there was 5 dogs. There was a Belgian Malinois, a blue heeler, 2 bloodhounds, and a blue tick.
I know with good dogs, like they'll do the track that's on the ground, and then if they smell a stronger scent in the air that's closer, they'll go to that direct scent.
The dog handlers told me first day,
wow,
Monday, that the dog popped to a trail and they followed it and went all the way around, and it ended in a construction site, but it ended. It's like there was nothing there.
right. And that's a little odd,
Which
right?
leads me to believe that, well, if it ends, normally the scent ends when you stop traveling on foot. From my understanding, that would mean that he got into a car.
If he got into a car, just so I understand the construction site itself, did the scent stop in the middle of the construction site, or did it stop on the side of the road?
Me.
Ah, okay.
They didn't tell me.
Okay.
So if all the dogs were tracking actually on the ground, then I feel like this is the play, like the spot to figure it out. Because if he would have cross-tracked, like actually like headed back, they should have been able to pick up on it, like a good dog.
So, in the 8 days of the experience in searching, in the 8 days, on day 1, the 5 dogs did that. Out of the 8 days, three different dogs from 3 different groups went to that same area in that same set. On day 1, 2 of those dogs did the same path.
However, we were told on multiple occasions that there was 0 dog scents. And I even asked the National Guard when they came with their dogs. I asked them, I said, did you guys get a scent? And they're like, well, we got something over in the construction site, but then it went away. I'm like, well, that's because nobody asked the people on the construction site. Nobody stopped the construction. They were building houses and moving dirt around while the dogs were over there searching for a trail. Well, no wonder why. They said that they got something in the yard, but that wasn't expected because he was outside in the yard. Other than that, there was no other scent trails. So he didn't just walk out of his house on his own 2 feet.
I know that it was very dark that night.
Seth has been told by law enforcement that there's no evidence to prove Sebastian walked out of the house. There's no scent trails. And the fact that up at that construction site, the dog that jumped in was tracking the last scent, not a Sebastian scent. And I think that's really important. It's not a Sebastian scent. Okay, Max was a tracker. And I think that's where a lot of the confusion came. But one thing I want to bring forth is Chris's path starts where? On the front porch. What did he say in one of his earlier interviews? Let me make this crystal clear. He walked out my front door and stood on that porch. I'll repeat. He walked out that front door and stood on that porch. And now he's talking about a trail that began where? At the porch.
I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I went asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores.
Wonder what stores she went to.
Even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement.
We're privy to?
I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in. Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
He could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes, like the search is never over until he comes home. That is for sure.
So smart.
That's a fact.
That is for sure.
So smart.
Anywhere and everywhere. At this point,
It's been 11 days. He could be anywhere.
Yeah, they've searched the woods, they've searched parks, they've searched creeks, they've searched. At this point, it anything and everything.
Anywhere that he could be staying out of the weather or getting food, or I mean, honestly, at this point, he could genuinely be anywhere.
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's
Really trying not to go down that road because we're gonna find him.
speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to be looked at.
I just know he's out there somewhere. The signs that we've been blessed to have family, friends, and even some in the community that have been helping us, but we've been out spreading those as far as we can, even over state lines, trying to get awareness because, you know, not everybody knows that he's missing, and there's a chance that if someone could see him and not even realize who he is. So we want to get his face out there because we want him home.
Surprisingly, even locally, there are some folks that don't even know what's going on, and it's kind of like a shocker. Like, how do you not know? You know.
And a few others, but we're working with everyone we can. And taking, like, some people have been kind and reached out with resources that I didn't know were out there, and I've reached out to all of them. Truckers Against Trafficking, we reached out to them just in case.
And that's why, as a part of being in that world, we go and we utilize our brothers and sisters to help spread that word. You'd be surprised on how easy it is to spot somebody. The biker. So,
has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times, yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Where? When?
Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I'm sure I have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So they're anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
It wasn't Sebastian.
Other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there and, yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house. I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond, yes.
Did the dogs also hit around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
On the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they scent dogs or cadaver dogs?
They've brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Which dog hit? A cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
I was curious about a statement that Ms. Proudfoot made earlier that canine dogs hit on the barn around the home and near a retention pond? Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
Because law enforcement says the dogs did not hit, but Miss
There's been
Proudfoot
a,
says they did hit around the retention pond.
so there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out from that, there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
So the law enforcement dogs did not hit on the retention pond. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they did. There was at least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond.
And the pond has been drained, correct? And there was nothing there.
Yes, ma'am. They have walked it, drained it, and there's nothing. The retention pond was only knee deep anyways. Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am. You can actually walk either the main road or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built. And they have a road that's going to be tied into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up.
Can
So,
I?
no,
okay.
Okay.
go ahead.
No,
See where the confusion comes in? You can hear it in all the different responses. There, by the way, you are correct, Lisa B. Always. In my opinion, there is someone else in that RV because you can hear clearing their throat when certain questions are answered. And I think one of them is about faith.
so I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all.
My goodness.
So the dog scent, everybody said, oh, the dogs didn't get a scent. Dogs didn't get. The dogs got a scent. What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this.
From who? Who said the road?
For the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. But of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone and took them over to a retention pond. Now, the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it. But from there, the scent disappears. There's poof.
I'll have to look. I haven't looked at the Mob Cruise video. It's been sent to me, but I haven't looked at that yet.
That one where he shares the audio between Chris and the Narked Drivers, where he was telling the Narked Drivers exactly where the dogs were and where he literally tells you exactly what my neighbor told Steven and I today the lights were at. I mean, it was like, when I heard that, the first thing I thought was, and I told my neighbor, I said, oh my God, Chris basically just admitted exactly where they took him. That blew my mind.
See, I'm not to say, Bobbie, I don't agree with that. I think that if he was there and if he was watching the dogs.
He wasn't, but I think that was a lie. There was no, I asked multiple times. Every one of the officers that had their dogs out here, every one of them said there was no trail. There was no trail from his house to the construction site. They have no idea how he went from his house over to the construction site. I went out there and I watched the dogs walking.
But that's what's weird though, because when I talked to Danny and the other guy that was running the dogs, they told me that their dogs, there was also a third dog who was much younger that tracked also, lost the track after it went past that one house, and after that the dog tried to like do something, like he was just too young. He obviously was not ready for the field. They actually ended up pulling that dog back.
I don't know about that one. I just know that the sheriff's department had dogs. Then TBI came in, and the National Guard brought their dogs. And every time we ever asked them, it was, there was not enough of a scent trail. There was a scent trail around his house, but it didn't lead us anywhere. And we were expecting that because of his house. So I'm telling you, from the neighbor next door, when she said that they had turned in their footage 2 weeks late when she was at the command center, and they saw this movement, and it looked like there was something draped over their shoulder. That was as soon as they said, she told me, she said, I'm telling you, somebody took him out of the house. And I'm like, okay, but what I'm saying about Chris's confession to me was that to me was Chris saying that he knows that they walked out with him, or somebody walked out with him. I don't think the dogs hit that. I mean, I think that they were carrying him out. And I think that Katie, they all know that what happened to him. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to say, wow, I'm surprised. But I just think all three of them know what happened to him.
Yeah, see, I just don't think I think if anybody's involved, it's Seth. I don't think that Chris and Kate, don't get me wrong. I originally went down Katie and Chris. Like, I was that, like, all the way, 100,000,000%. But he didn't have any motive.
Because Bobbie's sitting out here and she'll tell you, we were standing there. Seth, I've been around Seth personally. Bobbie's been around Seth. He's a big dude who can't hardly, he's got back problems taking around. For him to move quickly, and he got that little house, not a little.
No, that was Katie that ran back. See, absolutely. I would put $1 million, I don't have $1 million, but if I had $1 million, I'd put $1 million on that being her that ran back.
But Seth could have easily gotten somebody to do it for him.
But see, the thing with this is, I will tell you that Chris is nasty. He is meaning, and he went off on my son and I one night and threatened his girlfriend in the Jeep. I still have it on a dash cam, which we didn't even realize it was running. Thank God it was. Where he confessed to me all kinds of crazy stuff, and afterwards it was over. My son and I looked at each other and we were like, "Wait, why did he tell us that? What is that? Why do we care?" He was telling us all kinds of stuff at the very beginning, and then threatened us with, "My mom's a realtor in Gallatin, and she knows everybody. She's got connections." And I'm like, I don't give a crap what your mom's doing. But that was a threat to me to shut my mouth and make sure I kept my mouth shut to let me know. That was intimidation. But he was he thought this. I just wish I could describe to you the demeanor. I mean, the man stood in the middle of the street as we're driving slowly down the street. Now, this is my neighborhood. You're not going to tell me what road I can and can't be on. I live here too. I can go wherever I want to go, at whatever terminal I want to go, as long as I'm not disturbing the peace, which we really don't even have. We're in the county, so we don't even have a noise ordinance kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, whatever. But when he stood in the middle of the street, he stood with his feet basically hip width apart, his arms crossed, and his chest all punched out like, "Whoa, you're not going to get past me." Put his hand out to stop us. My heart jumped out of my throat. I had my phone in my hand, and I thought at first it was the police. because I thought maybe the police were still over there. And I thought, oh crap, we're going to have to explain to the police that we're not being weird. Then I realized when I found out it was him and his demeanor, I had my phone and I had 911 already on my phone and I was ready to hit send as soon as if I felt threatened by him. He's got this, I'm bigger than you. You are going to leave me alone and you're going to stop asking questions and you're going to get out of my face and you better not ever come back over here again. It was just this demeanor of get away from me and get on and stop messing with me. He is creepy as crap. And then he bold-faced lied to the entire world when he told everybody, this is Chris, that he was on a three-way call with Katie and that he called the non-emergency number because of where we live. That's bull. You cannot get 911 to the non-emergency line. The very first thing, the audio recording that comes up when you call the non-emergency line is, if this is an emergency, hang up and call 911. Now, if you
get to the non-emergency.
That's what I was getting. I know, and that was the next thing I was going to say is if that was his air quotes faster way to get to somebody, he wasted 5 minutes because you have to go through all the prompts, then you have to wait for a yes to connect your call. You've got a missing kid. If I had a missing kid, I would have been dialing 911.
You know how I know this? Because I had to call a non-emergency line the other day because a dude out here in front of my house, he's like speeding back and forth on his bike, and all of a sudden he's laying down about now. I'm like, ah, shit.
Oh no.
He's like, yeah, I'm okay. So I just, look, I didn't see it as an emergency.
Right. Just worried about he got hurt.
I had to call, and sure enough, nobody answered, and it was like, you need to speak to the detective.
Yep.
Blah, blah, blah. And then the next thing you know, it reached me it took about 3 minutes, but
It took me almost 10 minutes. It took me almost 10 minutes the other night when that truck drove by. Because obviously that's not an emergency, so I'm calling the non-emergency number. It took me almost 10 minutes to get a dispatcher because it kept ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing. And I'm thinking, if my kid was missing, there ain't no way I'd call that. I'd be calling 911. I think what he did is these connections that he threatened me with. I think he called the non-emergency line to get a hold of whoever within Sumner County Sheriff's Office that he knows to say, hey, I'm going to need you guys to cover this up because this is what just happened. And then he got dispatched. I may be wrong with that one too.
Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? Okay. Hi, Holly. Thank you so much for your super sticker. You are very kind. Lisa B always says, Lord help us if this case ever goes to trial in Sumner and the jury is as easily swayed as Bobbie the neighbor. Allegedly, in my opinion, there is footage we haven't heard about. Indeed. Indeed. Especially when you have friends who are telling you with their own eyes they saw a 3 a.m. van or a car. Minnie says, thank you all for being here and supporting the channel. Please hit the thumbs up and have a good time here. Yes, please do. We are going to take a moment break to listen to one of, and we will come back to the last 20 minutes of this. We are going to listen to the recent FBI local news article regarding Sebastianrogers. Let me get the banner up for WKRN real quick. Let me switch it out real quick. Just so you know, this is very recent from today. Let me share this. Can you see it? I want to make sure you see it.
FBI is reissuing their alert for Sebastianrogers, a teen missing from Sumner County.
So Peyton Kenny is back at the WKRN.com alert desk with a look at what the FBI is saying. Peyton. Yeah, the FBI is detailing all of the information they have gathered since Sebastian Rogers went missing on February 26, 2024. The details posted to their government website. It walks through what they know about the day before Sebastian disappeared, plus what happened that night and the next morning when his mother went to wake him up for school and found an empty room. The report says law enforcement used every available resource at their disposal to try and locate Sebastian, and they have followed through on every tip. An FBI Nashville special agent says there's a question mark that has only grown bigger through the search. Information can go to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, or the FBI. Now, when he was last seen, Sebastian was 5'5" and around 110 to 115 pounds. He has brown hair and brown eyes. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to Sebastian's whereabouts. And for breaking news around the clock, you can head to WKRN.com.
Pumpkin season is back.
We have one more. Hold on. We have another one. Hold on. Hold on. This was one day ago Credit to News 40. Hendersonville, Tennessee. The Federal Bureau of Investigation is renewing its request for information that may lead to locating missing teen. The Sebastian-Rogers case is one that hits close to the local area. Roughly 1 hour from Bowling Green, the missing teen, who would now be 16 years old, was reported missing on February 26, 2024, from the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. There's that handsome young man. This was from yesterday. Officials confirm Rogers has medical conditions, including autism, that may affect his ability to return safely without help, which does qualify him as one of the qualifiers for the tender years policy with the FBI, which we talked about, which allows them to potentially take over even without being called in. The FBI states it is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information leading to Rogers' location. If you have any information concerning the whereabouts of Rogers, contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FINE or tips to TBI at tbi.tennessee.gov. You may also contact your local field office for the FBI, the nearest American embassy or consulate, or you can submit a tip at tips.fbi.gov. On February 26, Katie Proudfoot went to wake up her 14-year-old son, and to her surprise, he was nowhere to be found. In the early days of the search, it seemed Sebastian vanished without a trace. He was not 14, he was 15, and he is now 16. Let's see. Let me show you. There's another. They're coming out with a lot. Thank you, Panda Bear, for your sweet super sticker. They're coming out with updates on him. And I just do want to share them with you because they're important. Get this one here. Oops, sorry. We have another one. This is from today. I hope it's sharing with you guys. Are you there? Okay, good. This is from today also. Tennessee Amber Alert, 18 months after Sebastian Rogers disappeared, FBI debunks theories. That's from today. It's been almost 19 months since Sebastian Rogers was last seen. There he is with his snake that was given away. It's been almost 19 months since Sebastian Rogers was last seen at his Hendersonville home, and the FBI is debunking rumors in this case. The now 16-year-old who has autism was reported missing February 26, 2024, after his mother, Katie Proudfoot, went to wake him up for school and found his bedroom empty at their Stafford Court home in Hendersonville. Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather, was out of town for work and called to report the teen missing while his wife searched the neighborhood. The case drew hundreds of local, state, and federal law enforcement officials to Sumner County for the search. Tips poured in, but provided little insight. We do have an update today about tips not being followed. There still have been no confirmed sightings of the 5'5", 110-pound teen. He has brown hair and eyes that look hazel or brown. Seth explained they change with his attitude, by the way. Now the FBI is laying to rest some of those lingering theories and rumors about the case. The theory, the lights in Sebastian's backyard. When Sebastian was first reported missing, Katie Proudfoot said the only thing that appeared to be missing was her son was a yellow flashlight. I had not heard it was yellow before. A house down the street had security camera angled in such a way that the Proudfoot's backyard was visible. Footage from the night Sebastian went missing showed two small lights moving through the backyard. Investigators and amateur sleuths thought the lights could show a possible suspect. Instead, the FBI said it was a trick of lights and angles. Lots of tricks. The dark sky and camera angle combined had distorted the security footage, the FBI said. Come on. When they examined the video in relation to the topography, of the area, they found that the lights were actually coming from a pair of truck headlights flickering through the trees from a street atop a hill about 300 yards away. Law enforcement further investigated to confirm that the flashlights were actually headlights. Hit that notification bell, because I am going to be talking to you about where they're saying the lights are from and that image. Then we go to the green hoodie. Was the green hoodie even interviewed? In my opinion, the fact that they said they were wearing the very same sweatshirt, anyone could pass anyone a sweatshirt. With everything observed on the footage, what we heard from Texas Roadhouse yesterday, their official conversation with the Joint Cyber Task Force at Night Dog, One World, they did not know who the individual was. The night before Sebastian was reported missing, video showed him and his mother in the parking lot of a local restaurant. In the video, a person in the green hoodie briefly interacts with Katie Proudfoot. So now they are admitting he's briefly interacts with her. Suspicions arose that in this short interaction, the person in the green hoodie was planning something with Katie related to Sebastian's disappearance. The FBI said law enforcement spoke with the employees at the restaurant, and you've seen two different redactations of those conversations where they did not get a hold of Carter. They could not get a hold of detectives. So I would love to know what law enforcement spoke with them. Law enforcement spoke with the employees at the restaurant who confirmed this person in the green hoodie was a frequent customer and helped identify them. Investigators met with the hoodie-wearing person and confirmed they were not a suspect. Okay, this is where Detective Brandon Carter, really quickly, I want to explain, quotes Katie as to saying that the sound was a bang, not a thud, not a noise, but a bang. Okay, not a thud, not a noise, but a bang. And I will go back to our show. There's still another update or two that I'll share with you, but I wanted to just get a couple in there for you. And thank you again for letting me share this, Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative. Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on 1 minute. I'm getting back to it. What did I do with it? Oh, here we go.
Why in the crap if your kid is missing?
They're gonna record all that shit, Bobbie. They record all that shit though. So he would have had to have called them on a private line.
I'm stupid and don't know that the trash truck versus the cell phone footage. They're hiding all this crap. There is so much corruption in Summer County. It is blatantly obvious. It's ridiculous. Craddock tried to convince me on the phone that those lights were a trash truck. And then he got mad at me because I was telling him that he was wrong. Just saying.
Guys, I'm about to fix it. I'm going to go get my daughter. But At the end of the day, man, I'm hoping. My biggest thing is that
We gotta come to the surface.
yeah, that's what I was just saying, man. Is that we're looking at? I think what we're seeing in front of us is this Chris dude's a special guy, man. He's good at what he does, and so I think that key evidence is what. It's funny because it will prove that Sumner County lied. Absolutely,
Yeah, I agree.
lied. And I think that's a positive thing too, because we can, let's say that this is crucial evidence, but we can easily say, okay, did they lie or did they willfully, neglectfully ignore facts?
Absolutely. Well, the fact that they didn't shut the house down and lock it down on day one, the fact that they didn't shut and lock down the construction site as they were searching through it with dogs, right there shows you. And then my son saw that Thursday, the week that he went missing, that Thursday, my son reported to the that flyer that they were passing out to everybody that had to report what you see, whatever number on it. I think it was to the command post. Well, of course we had that just in case we saw anything. And it was that following Thursday or Friday, my son was standing out in our deck, which faces the construction site, and he saw this weird light moving around, disappear, come back on, move around, and then just disappear in the woods over in the construction area. Well, he calls that number, and the guy said, okay, we'll come check it out. Thank you for letting us know. Nobody came. Nobody even called him back to say, hey, tell me exactly where this was. I know Terry Lynn found all kinds of crap, and she reported it, and they told her that they weren't looking for that kind of stuff.
They weren't looking for that kind of stuff.
Going on.
I definitely will agree with that. There's something fishy in the air over there.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I just had something to offer on when it comes to stuff they're doing is that
I did something to eat. Did you?
One of the former HSKs, I talk to Sherry all the time. It's sickening.
Yes. I just hope, Stephen, that you keep looking and you keep doing what you're doing, because I think, you're one of the good guys that really actually care and you're not in it for the money and you're trying to, get information. So I just hope that you will continue doing what you're doing, and I will continue giving you information that I find out. But I think today was really good. Yeah, that was cool.
Today was awesome.
We'll be on the lookout for some random ass vehicle in your neighborhood too.
Something like that.
And put that.
Pretty damning, you know what I'm saying? Somehow, it's not saying nothing against you, you know what I'm saying? But
no, I know. It confirms exactly what I was told.
Well, and that's the thing, guys. It goes back. I think it's pretty damning, right? Because it made you look bad on Channel R. But when the mom crew put out this video, it proved at that moment, like he proved it. That's not a fucking trash truck.
Right.
So, and I think that right there should establish help at least start establishing like your credibility with that part of everything. And like, she's trying to tell us. So,
Steven, send Bobbie my number too.
Like we're at a weird road right now, but I do think that we're at the very end of a very long road. That this money, do I think this money will make anybody talk? No, I truly don't. But I'll offer to put $2,500 with it. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Steven, send Bobbie my number.
Add money to the reward fund. That's a lie. Just FYI, you cannot. Oh, I thought the FBI in Memphis, they definitely told me that you cannot.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, now I feel like a jackass.
Well, you tried.
Yeah. So, well, the way I look at it is like I'm not putting money in the fucking hands of Seth or anybody. I'm just gonna put it in this pot, and so what if it never gets used? At least it might. Maybe one day it goes to something good,
Right.
So, but who knows, man?
She was trying to say something. What were you trying to say?
I was saying, hey Steven, send her my number too, so she just like has it.
Okay, yeah, no,
But yeah, Wolfhard, I don't like. She was trying. It was very odd because people were even pointing that out. Like, where is she at in her house? Like, kind of like, where is she at in her house? Like that's not her bed. She doesn't have her dog with her.
Do you have your number, or you want to keep it guarded?
Have my number?
Yeah.
I mean, as long as she doesn't like spread it all over the world.
Oh, yeah.
She's definitely not that.
I just,
Yeah,
have
no,
to go
I don't-
after how I was treated by, everybody on jail or crap like that. I just try to make sure. Yeah, I feel like I can trust Steven now. So,
Yeah, no, I don't
trust you. I'm like, okay, I'm willing to help you out and call you when I hear something.
No, I freaking am friends with. I still talk to Riley's parents. Like, I still haven't made up.
Okay, so that's where we're going to end there. Thank you so much, Lady Freedom. So there's a lot to unwrap there. One thing that really concerns me is when people called law enforcement, they were told that, and I just want to show you guys something. They were told that this isn't the kind of stuff we're looking for. Now, if they have no idea what is going on, they have no evidence of what is going on. This is a little preview for you of the video I was working on today that I didn't get done. There it is. But if they have no evidence and someone calls in something and they say, well, that's not the kind of stuff we're looking for. How do they know what they're looking for if they don't know anything? How does a TBI agent know from day one and repeat around the area where he's not coming back from? That is knowledge of location or circumstance. When Terry Lynn found pants in the water, the creek, and I know that that's controversial out there for people, but what I want to say is when the officer was called, what did he tell her? He didn't want to get his shoes wet. Why aren't they jumping when they're getting calls in order to bring him home? Those aren't the kind of things we're looking for. What are they looking for then? Why was the 3 a.m. sedan not on the Amber Alert description for the public to help identify or locate? This is the thumbnail for tomorrow's video. I started it today, hope to get it out to you, but it's not finished. So it's just, there's so much. And now we've got the FBI is reporting. There's local news coming out. That's a good thing, but I think that's from the pressure of the mistakes in the article. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on them because of CP's little sheriff in town act. I think that was a mockery of the case of Sebastian, of Craddock, of Chris, of Seth. And I truly believe that that is going to be, that's the straw. I think that's going to be the straw that really upsets the apple cart, let's say. Oops, let me get the right one on there. Okay. So let me stop sharing that. Let me go back because I do have something I want to share with you on X first. Oh, what did I just, oh, let me go to X. We do have more redacted. We do have more redacted conversations. This one is really hard to read. Just for those of you who have missed it, this was CP's little joke the other day, showing up at another creator's home, serving FUBJ papers, and they are now using it as a bulletin board. He's still missing. You're still laughing. Here's where you can call, and it shows what he shows himself on TV and how he acts at night. Okay. Also, there is on X, let me get it to you. Let me show this to you. Real quick, I want to show something before I get to at nights. I want to show you Hong's. It says 13 hours ago. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't know why that happened. Sorry about that. It just dropped what I was doing. Okay. So this is Hong. He's back posting. And I want to share his post in case some of you missed it the other day. This is a new one. Let me get back over there. Excuse me. He says, yo, FBI, he's 16 now, you dipshits. My God, you ruin it all. People looking for a damn 12-year-old again. And what he's saying that is because of the photos that were submitted were of a younger kid. Mom of missing teen 14 reveals red flag that still haunts her months later. He is 16 now. Let's see, there's something I want to... We'll go over the contributions later. This is part of what we're going to be reading tonight. And it's from Hong, and it says, no, the county mayor, the guy who runs all of Sumner County, she cussed blank out in the house, who just so happens to know our family. So I'm sure that's... So the county mayor, remember, he was there in the house. Katie called her husband, who was out of town in the Southwest Tennessee for work, and the two of them spoke for nearly 2 hours before she went to sleep around midnight. Chris said it was 3 hours logged and looked at by all of law enforcement agencies. Now we're to 2 hours. But I want to show you his post because he shared... Oh, for those of you who don't know, the Proudfoots have been reptile shopping and spent $500 is what the claim is. Locals caught them in a shop looking at reptiles. And I just can't believe in my opinion, until they find Sebastian, they shouldn't have another living thing under their roof. The Proudfoots have crossed yet another line while their child remains missing. Chris and Katie were reportedly seen lizard shopping for what locals on Facebook claim was a $500 purchase. This came less than 24 hours after Chris impersonated a sheriff and mocked the ongoing search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. This is not eccentricity nor distraction. This is called callous disregard. The behavior of people more invested in pets and appearances than in the life of their own son. A father, Seth Rogers, is fighting every day for Sebastian's safe return, while the Proudfoots laugh and flout contempt for the search, mocking the community, mocking the desperate work to find a missing boy is beneath human decency. When the public sees parents posturing over reptiles, and I'm telling you, nothing with a heartbeat should be allowed until Sebastian's found. And then proving who's done it. She was the last one to see him. She should not be allowed to have anything that breathes, in my opinion. When the public sees parents posturing over reptiles instead of raising their voices for the child, it is not just shameful, it's damning. You darn right. One World and At Night will continue to stand with Seth Rogers and all who refuse to let Sebastian's name be erased. Sebastian's army, we will not stop. We will answer every insult, every act of sabotage, and every grotesque distraction. And there they are shopping. They don't search, they shop. They don't search, they dress up like sheriff. They don't search, he bullies a YouTuber, in my opinion. And I want to show you what he put. Did he put it on here? Is it on here? There it is. This is something to make sure you see that goes along with that whole sheriff thing that he did. The sheriff special. Look at Chris Proudfoot's book post. But don't forget, he's beaten at least 5 women, tossed kids around like Delta baggage claim, gets restraining orders for a living, and faced CPS for his abuse. Now, with Sebastian gone under his roof, He and his newfound wife, aka Killer Katie joke. AKA Killer Katie joke. Here is what he put. There's a new sheriff in town. Here he is. He's got his stomach stuffed. First of all, it's an insult to Craddock because everyone's wondering if they have a sheriff in town. And I'm not kidding you. He's got his stomach stuffed, making fun of Seth. Got Seth here in his outfit from work, his sheriff's outfit, deputy outfit. There he is again, walking like the big stud, and there he is with his stomach stuffed. He couldn't go out and search, but he could dress up like. So we got one parent, one parent, and one parent hiding. Who should law enforcement be looking at? In my opinion. But it's just disgusting. Look at him. Look what he does. Makes a mockery out of everything. And yes, it says, don't forget, he's beaten at least 5 women, tossed kids around like Delta baggage claim, gets restraining for a living, and faced CPS for his abuse. Remember, he tossed his daughter to Nina. He's tossed his daughter, according to Nina, on a table in her car seat. He smacked one of the girls in the mouth with her braces, and it was bleeding. And then 5 reports allegedly to the house for Sebastian. Neighbors seeing him power wash Sebastian, call him an R, and say either you get rid of him or I will. But yet, they're still walking around living their best life. And this, have we read this one, you all? Yes, you know that they offered $100,000 to replace the person who does not want Sebastian's flyers passed out at the Pig Fest. Want Sebastian's flyers passed out at the Pig Fest. So at night, One World, alongside of Seth, they came along and they offered $100,000 to replace the opposing sponsor. They gave them 1 hour to respond, and they did not. Yet he was responding with his .gov email to some of other people about his relationship, that he didn't know the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks because it got out. He had lunch with them, and then after that, he said no. And then apparently they were talking about Sebastian at that table. Just a whole big mess. But you know what? They look at who they're tagging. The Attorney General of Tennessee, Elon Musk, Attorney General General Pamela Bondi. Okay? And then that's the correspondence. We've read that. I want to see if they've got they're letting you know that the bulletin board is up. It will be around nationwide, around relevant FBI fields, to remind them that Sebastian is still missing. I'm looking for the one for today. I may have to pull it up on my phone. Hold on 1 minute. 1 moment, y'all. Okay, here we go. This is what we are going to go over, and I have to be completely honest with you. It's redacted heavily, but it is a conversation with parents from March of 2024. But it is heavily redacted, so I'm going to read the release from At Night to give a little context about what we're going to be reading. But basically, Texas Roadhouse couldn't get a hold of Sumner County. Many of you couldn't get a hold of Sumner County. Many leads, Bristol, Oregon, so many have gone unanswered, unfollowed. Allegedly, the Spokane International Airport, the lady couldn't get a hold of them. There's just been so many. And you know what worries me? Why aren't they looking? What is it? What do they mean when they say we're not looking for those type of things? So let's talk about that for a second before I get into this. If people are finding things and they think it's related to Sebastian, and they make a phone call and law enforcement says we're not looking for those type of things, what are they looking for? What do they know? That he's not in the area? That he was driven out of the area? That they're not looking for his clothes or his other things? Why? Why aren't they looking for those kind of things? Why are they telling Miss Bobbie we're not looking for those kind of things? That's not the kind of tips we're looking for. I don't want to get my feet wet. What kind of dedicated officer, when a child's missing and had on black sweats and black pants are found in a creek in the area, what type of officer is worried about his shoes? I'll tell you what type. The type that's bad should be put back on the table, in my opinion. So it's a travesty because I believe 18 months have gone by and we would have located Sebastian if we would have had an investigation, in my opinion. And Gina H says, they sure find their way to the chicken and waffle restaurant across the street. Disgusting, right? Just disgusting. Really? That might be the place we have to all frequent in October when we're there. It's just sad. It just breaks my heart. No response. Still haven't heard from Craddock on the ransom. So what are they looking for? What did the TBI agent say? Where he is, he's not coming back from. Where he is means you know where he is, Mr. TBI agent. And he's not coming back from. So tell us why. Tell us why he's not coming back. Why? Where was he put? Why wasn't the vehicle of the description that we have now a second person saying someone from the command center saw with their own eyes him being carried out through the front door? We've also been told from the command center, 3 a.m. car pulled up in the neighborhood. Pulled up around Cece's house before or after, let a couple people out, continued down Kellen, waited, and then went around the corner onto Sebastian, backed up onto Kellen, and left. There's a lot of information right there. In October is the Pig Fest. Some of us are going to go out there. But that's a lot of information, you all. Being on the footage, the neighbors have seen it. Law enforcement keeps telling them that's not what they're seeing. Excuse me, I had to laugh. That's not what they're seeing. Pants were found. They didn't want to get wet. People are calling in that they're finding things. That's not the kind of things we're looking for. That's not the kind of tips we need. Well, what in the world do you need? Because if you need a tip that is that specific, I suggest the TBI agent help you out because he said where he is, which means he knows where he is, in my opinion. So there's a lot going on in this case. And what I think is happening right now is ever since the flyers were turned down, at night, One World turned it up. And FBI tried to put out a post, got it all wrong. They turned it up even more. They're posting. And now I'm hearing Brandon Carter wants us to send him things. Well, they've been sent. He knows how to contact everyone. Now, after 18 months, he's interested in receiving things. It's disgusting. It really is. But what I think is going to happen now, and then Chris's there's a new sheriff in town, which is a mockery of all of them. Seth, Craddock, FBI, TBI, all of them, the investigation, Sebastian, and she stands next to him the next day looking for a reptile. Now, if he cared about her and she cared where Sebastian was, in my opinion, he would be standing by his wife, making sure he didn't belittle the child, that he helped her get through it. But no, he's making a joke of her son, and she's still holding his hand buying reptiles with him. Make it make sense. It just doesn't. Val says, Chris and Katie now won't go, probably, in my opinion, go to the Pig Fest because they are paranoid. Good. Let them stay home. Because we're going to have our Sebastian shirts on. And the last thing I'm sure she would show up in my opinion, is a Sebastian shirt. Yes, Carter can contact the FBI for all of the information. Absolutely. Or he can call that night. I don't know. But to ask creators to start going through things that they've sent and their work and start sending it to him, now suddenly he's interested? I thought nothing happened in the backyard. Why do you want all that? Do you have the footage of the TBI agent? I do not. I have from a local source, and I'm not going to give up who my source is. Sorry. My source was told that, and I don't want to give that up. But if I had to for law enforcement reasons, absolutely I will. But not out to the general public. But they know who it was. It's just despicable. People are moving out who even live close to the area. People are moving out who even live close to the area. People won't bring their children to the pig fest because they are afraid for their safety. It's just gross. You can get new merchandise for Sebastian on Seth's YouTube channel. There's even a green hoodie with Sebastian. I think that's the one I'm going to get. So there's just so much. Then the neighbor behind them saying it's bad. It's so bad. Well, if no one saw anything, how were you at the command center? You come out in tears at the first vigil saying it's bad. It's so bad. Because you guys saw something. You saw a 3 a.m. van. You saw him being carried out the front door. You saw him being carried to a vehicle. You never provided the vehicle description for the public to help identify. Why? Because you knew who owned it? I don't know. Why did Proudfoot know exactly for 3 years which cameras had been broken, but now says he doesn't know anymore? Why were you so up to it, up to the statistics and the facts around that time, but you haven't kept up to which license plate readers are still not working? Why was it so important that he knew that then? But now it's not so important that he's kept up on what license plate readers are not working. Very suspect, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and read this, but I'll be honest with you, it's very redacted and difficult, but we're going to try and work through it. I struggled with it myself. At night, creative intelligence. This is from today. Newly released transcript confirms 18 months of law enforcement neglect. At night has released the redacted transcript of a March 2024 conference call regarding the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. The document exposes what has become a pattern. From the very first week of Sebastian's disappearance, lead detectives failed to call parents back and ignored tipsters. And for Brandon Carter to say he's only been the lead detective for a few months, wow. That in itself, whoever said that in the chat, that's not true. So if he just told you that, I hope you've got that in writing and will send it to us, please. The document exposes what has become a pattern from the very first week of Sebastian's disappearance. Lead detectives failed to call parents back and ignored tipsters. Everyday citizens trying to share leads that could have mattered. 18 months later, the same indifference continues to hang over this case. In the call, participants openly described the vacuum left by investigators. Parents cussed out county officials, demanded coordination, and pointed to law enforcement's limited canvassing. They were left chasing tips, contacting Border Patrol, because apparently there's some connections there, and even mobilizing motorcyclists and community groups, steps families should never have been forced to take. Contacting Border Patrol. I mean, the transcript also shows frustration with false leads and rumor mills, which drained time and diverted focus. One participant warns false information leads to false allegations. Yet with detectives absent and unresponsive, misinformation fills the gap. Cynthia Lee, senior representative of One World, stated, when you look at these updates, Please pay attention to Gina, the way she writes them. Oh, yes. Gina H, real quick, Gina says one house went under contract for $559K pretty fast, but fell out and back on. Yeah, would you want to live there? Also, I heard the neighbor behind them put his house up for sale and pulled it back down. The one with the wonderful camera system. And you can see that on Zillow. He put it up and took it down. Now, when you see Cynthia Lee, the senior representative of One World, when she writes, it's powerful and it's dynamic. So don't skip over her writings when you see these updates, because they have a lot of nuggets and powerful information in them. I have learned that, to read Cynthia's words very closely. This transcript is proof that from week one, the people sworn to protect Sebastian couldn't even return a phone call. Parents begged, tipsters tried, and silence was the answer. 18 months later, that silence is still louder than action. Love the way she writes. Sebastian deserves better than detectives who vanish faster than the child they're supposed to find. Sebastian deserves better than detectives who vanish faster than the child they're supposed to find. Boom. At Night's rolling release protocol will continue to strip away the excuses and lay bare the failures that kept Sebastian from being found. Every record, every transcript, every redaction released is another reminder a missing child cannot wait in a call that never comes. For press access and clearance, contact Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, desk press at night.agency. If you're a credible creator or journalist, you may get on that list and you will receive these. I can pull it from my email, but I am pulling it from here right now because I wanted to read their context introducing this, because it is quite redacted. And please forgive me because I do not have clarification. I'm going with it just like you are, okay? So I am going with this just like you are. But before we move on, there's something that I really want to bring up. I really do. We do have local sources, or I do have local sources. And we need to keep them anonymous. But I know that a lot of people have an impression of Miss Bobbie. But I do want to bring up to her defense, whether there's information that didn't make sense, that contradicted, that seemed like she, as you say, is the Karen or whatever, she's the only one who's coming out and spoken, okay? And to her defense, I don't think anything she would have said, I think it was just kind of a lose-lose situation at that point. And like I said, because there have been sides, and there never should be sides. It's one road, and it leads to Sebastian. So please keep her children out of it. Please. Let's try and have some grace. Yes, we heard what she said, but she also gave us information. And that, remember, she's living around people who are probably pretty mad she gave that information. Okay? So I do want to say that she did put her neck out. And she gave information. She told about CP coming to her car. She told about what neighbors saw in the footage. She told that she has a good friend who was in the command post who saw it with her own eyes. She's told a lot. Okay? So I just want to say that. Let's just take that and have grace and say she was trying. Maybe she got wrapped up in it. Maybe she got confused on the things. Maybe she's talked to the wrong people. Who knows? But let's remember, she's the only one who came out, or we would know none of what she's told us. Okay? We wouldn't have known there were lights in the forest by the construction site, and no one came to check it out, even though they said they would. They never followed up with a phone call. We wouldn't have known there was a person walking through the neighborhood with dark goggles on at night. That's important, because one of the alleged sightings that I'm sure law enforcement, I hate to say it, didn't check out, in my opinion. The person had on goggles. And they were accompanying, allegedly, Sebastian in a wheelchair. She also shared that CP walked up to her and said, "You get out of here. His child's missing." Why wouldn't people be driving around the neighborhood searching? Because they care. But he told her to get out of there. You know who my mother is, blah, blah, blah. She put her neck and her safety out on the line. So I just have to say, whether you like Bobbie, whether you don't like Bobbie, Bobbie was the only connection in the neighborhood who spoke publicly. And I want her children to be hands off. SF investigated, started bringing in her children, allegedly, in my opinion, and it's not cool. Okay? That is not cool. We leave children out of it. Unless law enforcement arrests people. But that's not the case here. I'm talking about in other cases. It just made me think of a little boy who was arrested for unaliving his sibling. But we leave children out of it, okay? So, and thank you, Lisa Bialy. She said, I would never bring someone's children into an investigation. I also wouldn't call Ellie on BHB. I would never call law enforcement on someone hanging a flyer either. I agree. I agree. Is it against the law in Tennessee to walk through a neighborhood? She had just said in hers, there's no law against things like that. But people should be allowed to walk through a neighborhood. They should be able to. We've got people who walk through our neighborhoods. So I just wanted to say that before we went on, because I don't want any more hatred. I don't want any more hatred. Yes, she called out law enforcement. Thank you, Kiki. She said there's corruption here. Locals have gone and tried to talk to county commissioners, even locals who haven't come out publicly. So they're trying, and they're really scared, you guys. They're very scared. Would you feel protected by law enforcement if you were living in that neighborhood and talking? No. So they're scared. So she went out of her own safety zone to do this. Did she do it the way everyone, any way it would have been done, it would have been criticized. But secret recordings of her wasn't fair to her. I will say I've never recorded one of my sources like that, and I never would. I take notes, but I don't record. So that wasn't really fair to her, but it still gave more information, okay? But you don't call the police when you've got a neighbors who are possibly potential suspects. They haven't been cleared, living amongst you. Why not hang a flyer? What is so wrong with hanging flyers? So we just have to remember, anyone who would have come forward from that neighborhood, from that town, and talked on an interview or interviews would have been shredded, because there's two sides instead of just one for Sebastian. I did receive something today about yard signs that's a little disturbing, and I will bring that up to you in the morning or tomorrow. Or maybe depending on how long this goes, I can share it with you. I'll read it out loud, because I haven't covered names or anything yet, and I'm not going to out anyone. Okay, March 2024. So this is the phone call, and it doesn't tell us who it's between, but we do know it's a parent phone call in March. We do see dog's name here, FBI's name here, and relevant intra-agency teams were notified. The divisions handling the caseload were Dog the Bounty Hunter, One World Society Corp, At Night, which is part of One World Corporation, and then One World Society Corp. Okay. Oops. Let me go back to the, so it's page by page. Let me go to my email. I have it a little bit better. One moment. Okay. Okay, here we go. This is a much better way to look at it, but I wanted to read you the context from X. in what we were looking at, because it is very heavily redacted and your girl Jay has not gotten clarification in my own mind. Usually I can read things and pull it. So I'm kind of relying on you all a little bit tonight too. So here we go. Conference call. Let me enlarge it. If any of you want to do your screenshots, I know many of you don't have X, so I like to enlarge it for you. This came out today. Conference call regarding missing minor Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, the purpose and the scope. Make sure you can see it. Can you all see it okay? Ooh, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm looking at something. If you were in the bushes, I'm looking at the comments real quick. 1 moment. 1 moment. I'm looking. Kiki, you're saying something about, I would love some clarification. I would love some clarification about what you're talking about that talking 3 hours and they thought they were talking to someone else. Kiki, can you explain to me? Okay. I think the reason we saw the sheriff's special, and I shared it with you all, when people are scared and people are fearful, they try to use humor to look like they're confident big guy. Remember we talked about Napoleon theory, little man syndrome, okay? And I hate to keep saying that, but I think it applies. Narcissism applies. Immaturity applies. Impulsivity applies. Lack of emotional regulation applies. All in my opinion, okay? And that's part of what I'm working on. But I just want you guys to, let's remember, I think he's scared. If you don't think he's scared, I mean, I do. I think that humor isn't a confident man. I think that humor is confidence waning, so he's trying to be funny. But he's not going to get the last laugh. And as Cynthia wrote in her post about the bulletin boards, which remind me to read to you, she said, Sebastian is a human being, not your punchline. Not your punchline. And he likes to pick on people, it seems, doesn't he? Sebastian, allegedly, and I'm just saying allegedly, but come on. BJ, Nina, but now he's picking on BJ because he doesn't have Sebastian to pick on, in my opinion. He picks on Seth because he doesn't have Sebastian to pick on, in my opinion. Who would pick on a father whose son's missing? Yes. If he goes, I'll say it again, because Barb, your statement is spot on, in my opinion. Barb said, Brandy, yes, CP is still breastfeeding of his mommy, in her opinion. I think if they were to make an arrest based on abuse and neglect and misleading an investigation to CP, in my opinion, I'm not accusing, I'm saying based on what he's put out there. If we're to go behind bars, he's your weak link. It's not KP. He would cry like a baby and sing like a birdie just to get out of there. I think that is the person, if they made an arrest, they would get information, because he's used to mama, allegedly, in my opinion, sweeping it up, pulling it out of her shirt, giving him a meal, and making things okay. But if he were behind bars, she couldn't do that. And he would have to do what he needed to do to get out from behind bars, and that would be most likely to provide some information if he had it, and he would. And I'm telling you, I don't see him as a loyal person. He would turn on whoever it is, whether it's KP or anyone else, if he knows something. But if they want to know he knows something, he needs to go behind bars. And yes, the handcuffs need to be tested for DNA that he had on his belt the other day, because God knows what else those possibly could have been used for. And you have to think of that when there's a missing child. You're not accusing, you're covering every base. So this purpose and scope. This dossier memorializes and analyzes statements made during a recorded contemporaneous call among, and it's regarding, and we know it's the parent's dog, FBI, regarding, and I don't know who else is in the call, the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, a minor. The objective of this call was to capture material facts, potential leads, actions, that's redacted, blank actions in areas of probably interest, blank participants' own presentations. This dossier does not independently verify the statements herein. All assertions are attributed to the speakers identified. Summary of material statements. Interviews of minors and neighborhood leads. Blank stated that while law enforcement is limited in interrogating children, every single child who had direct interaction with Sebastian or appeared near him on camera has been interviewed. I want to talk about limited. Hold on. Is law enforcement limited on interrogating children? Most states require parents or guardians to be present when a child is interrogated by law enforcement. However, in some, there is no law requiring parental permission in some states. So let me put Tennessee. There you go. Let's go ahead and share this real quick. So they were told they have limitations on interrogating children. However, in the state of Tennessee, can police interrogate your children without you present? In Tennessee, police can legally question children without an adult guardian present. This practice, however, raises significant concerns about the rights and safety of minors during such an interrogation. Understanding the legal landscape. Potential consequences. The absence of an adult during police questioning can lead to several issues. So they're not saying they're limited. They're saying there's sometimes consequences if you don't have an adult present, because you could coerce and get false confessions. Children are more likely to give in to pressure. Lack of understanding. Minors might not grasp the impact of their statements or the legal process. And emotional impact. The experience can be upsetting, affecting the child's mental health and trust in police. The only thing that is saying in Tennessee, state of Tennessee, right here, you can legally question without parents. All that's saying is it can lead to issues. There have been legislative efforts to change the law on this issue, but they have not. What you can do, teach them to ask for a lawyer, the kids. Teach your children to ask for a lawyer immediately. Stay informed. Know your rights and the current laws about juvenile questioning in Tennessee. Consider talk to a lawyer to understand the best steps if your child is involved in a police investigation. This is from a law office in Tennessee. So they're limited by interrogating. They're not limited to interrogate and question a child. And they are allowed to do it without a parent present, but it can bring up issues. That's their limitation. All they had to do, in my opinion, was call in the parents with the children. But I'm not a law enforcement agency. I'm just looking at this, okay? So let me go back to my mail. As we see things, I will try and look them up if they make sense, okay? So blank stated that while law enforcement is limited in interrogating children, that's not Tennessee law. Every single child who had direct interaction with Sebastian or appeared near blank on camera has been interviewed. Number 7. So every child who had direct interaction with Sebastian or appeared near him on camera has been interviewed. Now that'll be easy to verify. Blank referenced that blank scene, blank referenced blank seen running around the neighborhood, who entered and blank on an adjacent street and asked what came of that lead. Okay, so maybe that was a parent who referenced someone seeing someone running around the neighborhood, who entered on an adjacent street and asked what came of that lead. Blank responded that blank advised that it had tracked the blank, identified the blank via blank, interviewed, and confirmed neither was Sebastian. Noted blank had not provided blank this information. So there had been no communication back regarding that information. That's about information flow, and that's what we're about to get to here. Blank stated, and blank are treating blank more as a suspect than anybody else. I do not know who they are talking about there, and they purposely don't want us to know who they are talking about there, but we can pull from there that someone is being treated more as a suspect than anybody else, citing lack of information provided to blank compared to the blank. Who may have provided lack of information compared to the blank? Blank apologized, acknowledging blank assumed law enforcement was giving the same updates and that this assumption was incorrect. So someone's apologizing and assuming law enforcement was giving updates, but the assumption was incorrect. So parents aren't receiving updates. Which parent wasn't receiving updates? But there was an apology because now who's in these calls? We did see FBI up there and stuff, but so someone is more suspect than anyone else, citing lack of information provided to blank compared to the blank. Then they apologized, acknowledging they assumed law enforcement would be giving the same updates and that this assumption was incorrect. Right there, law enforcement not providing updates, which were assumed they would be doing. Contact with local officials, this tone. Blank stated blank had cussed out multiple officials, the county mayor, the EMS director, and the lead detective, due to frustration with the investigation. Now, I think, in your opinion, my opinion, oh, I'm sorry, you guys, I wasn't sharing the document. Forgive me. Hold on. Okay. So blank stated blank had cussed out multiple officials, county mayor, EMS director, and the lead detective due to frustration with the investigation. I don't know who they're talking about, but I'm assuming Seth. I'm showing it. Sorry. Sorry about that, my friends. The mother getting updates, but the father not. Blank said blank will not return phone calls, communicates only by text with the blank, corroborated that Carter is extremely hard to get in touch with. Well, we've heard Seth Rogers say in a local interview that Carter doesn't talk to him, he only texts, and now he's not even returning his texts. So I have a feeling that's what that is about. And then it says here, Carter is extremely hard to get in touch with. Again, this is March 4th of 2024. We're talking a conversation a week and a half after Sebastian went missing. Let me verify that. Yeah. Oh, March of 2024. Excuse me. So a month maybe after Sebastian went missing, already Brandon Carter, the lead detective Carter is extremely hard to get in touch with. So Carter didn't just come on this case a few months ago. This is from March of 2024. Carter went into the Texas Roadhouse, Carter never left a card, never answered their calls, according to the Texas Roadhouse redacted documents. Carter is not reaching out to the parents and is referred to here as the lead detective. Blank reported, so whoever he's telling he's only been on the case a few months, he fibbed to you. In my opinion, it's right here. Blank reported that investigators seized a blank and a blank from blank, and that blank was blank. I have no idea what that's talking about, indicating it is reaching out to dig deeper. These are electronic leads. So something was seized electronically, and that they were going to be reaching out to someone to dig deeper. So that's what I can tell you there. They acknowledged the blank pickup context, and that blank waited at the residence for hours during that handoff period. Electronic leads. Blank reported that investigators seized a blank, maybe a laptop, maybe a game system, maybe a phone, and a blank from blank. So it could have been a laptop and a phone from Seth, blank, and then that the blank was blank it's so redacted. Okay, and then they indicated blank is reaching out to dig deeper into that. It was acknowledged the blank pickup context, and that so-and-so waited at the residence for hours during that handoff period. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, FBI analytical steps. Blank stated blank contacted National Center for Missing and Exploited Children following the Amber Alert, and that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children ran blank areas with flyers upon request. If it is a parent reaching out to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, my bet would be on Seth. Okay, number 16. It was asserted the FBI is handling blank checks. Blank added that analysts apply at least every blank days with no hits reported thus far. So they're doing with no hits. They've had analysts applying things. I'm sorry, you guys, it's so redacted, but no hits reported this far. The focus is on the lack of communication, the lack of follow-up, the lack of showing up at the Texas Roadhouse, the lack of returning their calls, the lack of the lack of answering tips, the lack of returning text messages and emails. Blank said blank provided additional photos at different angles to aid facial recognition. I'm sure that's Seth. In my opinion, blank noted blank has not been asked for materials. He wasn't asked, but has compiled historic photos and videos from blank social media archives. And we've seen those. We've seen historic photos and videos that Seth has on his YouTube. So I'm assuming they're talking about Seth. Blank raised that blank male juveniles reportedly went missing in the same 2-week span. I will be looking that up. Hold on. Sorry, I'm writing that down as the same 2-week span. Blank on the same day, being 13 years old, Sebastian 15. Same, my friends. And asked law enforcement to consider linkage. Said blank told them, no stone unturned. We've heard that before. Border resources, listen to this. Stated blank is waiting on a Border Patrol contact through a family connection and clarified that contact's identity after a brief confusion about names. So they're having to reach out to Border Patrol. Family members having to reach out to Border Control through a family connection instead of law enforcement doing it. So let's go through it again. Law enforcement not answering text messages. Law enforcement not answering calls. Law enforcement not communicating with the father. Law enforcement not opening and responding to emails and tips. Law enforcement not contacting the Border Patrol. So who has to do it? Family. Seth. Public awareness efforts. Blank reported billboards were extended and new ones added. Blank organizing approximately 100 motorcyclists to canvass interstates with awareness. Blank asked for coordination to help duplicative efforts. Blank had already distributed 300 flyers at a large public event. I again am assuming that is Seth. I have not seen KP and Chris at a large public event passing out 300 flyers, but have you? Attended a vigil, not even the one in their own neighborhood. Health mobility and that's completely redacted. Family and minimizing conflict. Blank proposed setting aside animosity to focus on finding Sebastian. He affirmed, or the person affirmed, Blank has not injected personal grievances into the search and is focused on the child. You can assume which parent by the term focused on the child and setting aside animosity. We do recall when CP showed up at a vigil, he didn't stay for it. He showed up when to Seth at Seth's truck. There was an engaged, they interacted, and then Seth came out and said, we are going to work together. Okay. Why didn't CP stay for the vigil? He was just there to take care of something. Didn't even stay for the vigil. Blank asked Blank to discourage family members from public accusations and spending. Blank agreed to try again. I'm sorry, you all. It's so very redacted, but I'm really trying to just get through to you that the point is, the matter is lack of family members having to contact border control instead of law enforcement doing it. Law enforcement not returning messages from Texas Roadhouse. They couldn't get a hold of him. Remember the Texas Roadhouse, and the message said, I deal with people, not phone trees. I don't have time for that, because he had been trying to contact Carter very many times. It's just heartbreaking to read this. The parties discussed media calls, with Blank stating many inbound numbers appear to be new outlets. Does not save all media numbers and criticize specific reporting. For example, we're probably pretty sure we know that. Alleging false information and misinterpretation of videos. For example, purported to show blank blank, which says brought to blank and disproved. I'm assuming that's Barris and the flashlight video, and then it was disproved. And so it's being called false information because law enforcement disproved it. And this was back in March. Blank agreed that false leads consume investigative time. Blank stated that even baseless tips must be logged, diverting resources. Yes, even baseless tips, even serious tips need to be followed up on. Even serious tip phone calls need to be answered. Even ransom requests need to be answered. Did you know it wasn't him? How did you know? How do you know that's not what you're looking for when people call? What are you looking for? Could you tell us? Is it Sebastian? Why is finding a pair of pants not evidence you're looking for? Why is other things your people are locating evidence you're not looking for? Why were the glasses found in the step-grandparents' neighborhood where a step relative built those homes not checked with the prescription? Blank alleged that statement drives online narrative targeting and yields tips focused on the blank. Blank emphasized to curb rumored allegations. Agreed. I wish there was a side. I wish law enforcement had cleared who should be cleared and announced the persons of interest if they have them. And it sounds like they have them because there's a 3 a.m. car. They saw with their own eyes, as Bobbie said, on the footage. They talked about it. Her good friend from the command center told her they saw with their own eyes. So why in the world is that not being addressed? Why was that being hidden? Why would you hide you saw a child being taken home? The home the mother said she was alone in with him. The home the mother said the doors were locked at night and in the morning she didn't go anywhere, no one came and went, blah, blah, blah. Why in the world, if that's seen on footage by neighbors, is law telling them they didn't see it when they knew they saw it? People at the command post, good friend of Bobbie's, telling Bobbie, she said in that audio we just listened to, she saw it with her own eyes. They took him out and right onto the porch. We have audio in a panel of Chris Proudfoot saying, let me make it crystal clear. He walked out that front door and stood on that porch. And then Chris Proudfoot giving the entire scent trail that carried from the front porch, a blob being carried, a black blob, all the way to Kellen Road to a vehicle at 3:06 to 10 a.m., a dark sedan. Why was there no description of the sedan? Why was there no individuals moving in the backyard towards the vehicle? We saw him being carried out of the house. Because if you see him being carried out of the home and you have a mother saying she was the only one there, who would they need to blame for that? The mother. Why didn't they want to call her out on it? Why did they want to say it didn't exist? It makes no sense. They're protecting KP in that way, in my opinion. They saw with their own eyes he was being taken out of the house, carried out. There's only one person's alibi who says they were there, and that is KP. So why didn't they put cuffs on her then and bring her in when they saw that on the footage with their own eyes from the command post? Why was KP not brought in right then? She's the one who said she was home alone with him and he's seen being carried out on footage. So I don't understand why they did not go in and arrest. Instead, they pretend and tell the neighbors they didn't see what they saw on their own footage. It's crazy, in my opinion. It's criminal, in my opinion. And I'm just going to say it. When this is all said and done, are you talking about the truck near the cemetery in the silos? Kiki? I'm sorry, if you're in the bushes, they're talking about a truck being locked. And I'm asking, are you talking about one near the cemetery or in the silos? So you just think about that. On the footage, and it's not the first time I've heard it. I'll be honest with you, and I have reported that. Different things. But on the footage, the neighbor even called police and said, someone's carrying him out the front door. There's a black blob. Someone at the command post, a good friend of Bobbie's, told her she saw it with her own eyes. Another person who was at the command post admitted there being a 3 a.m. vehicle that pulled into their neighborhood. It wasn't random. There's not a kidnapper running around. You don't have to be afraid for your children. They don't tell the whole public that. Isn't that interesting? Just their preferred few. So they should have gone over, in my opinion, and arrested the mother when they saw on the footage out the front door. Because she said she was home alone and she woke up and he was miraculously gone. False reporting. She reported him as a runaway and it was caught on footage, him being carried out. False reporting. Why wasn't she arrested? Why do they pretend it didn't exist? Why do they tell the neighbors they're not seeing what they think they see? Why aren't they announcing that they saw the sedan? Why didn't they ask on the Amber Alert, put that description down? You're supposed to. If you have a vehicle description, you're supposed to include it. Why didn't they? She should have been arrested the minute that footage had been seen, him being carried out. That does not mean he's deceased, by the way. He could have been drugged. Okay, I'm just going to say that because I don't want anyone to go wildfire on that. Let's just keep the faith. He could have been drugged out and removed because they couldn't get rid of him. And he was starting to be an outcrier. And Chris Proudfoot said he thought he was going to get me kicked in my own home. Well, you know, when you got immaturity, what would that person do in retaliation? Kick him out? In my opinion. It's just a lot. There is footage. There is footage. Okay. So they responded, they're going to try and discourage inflammatory commentary. It sounds like this might be, you know, more than one family member in here, maybe. I don't know. Future media plans. Blank indicated he may go live on blank next week and is awaiting potential blank. April window was mentioned. Credibility, notes, and demeanor. Observational. The call features candid admissions, frustration with law enforcement, communication, and multiple expletives reflecting stress. No parent 1 month into a disappearance should have this much issues with law enforcement, with communication, with lack of following through things, to where he is beside himself, not only with their missing child, but all of this compounding on top of it. Blank made several apologies and corrected assumptions and about information flow to Blank. Blank emphasized activity with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and LE Contact, portraying ongoing cooperation. Blank, so someone emphasized there had been activity with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and law enforcement contact, portraying ongoing cooperation. Blank persistently sought parity of information, coordination on outreach, and control of family-side social media narratives. Blank persistently sought parity of information, coordination on outreach, and control of family-side social media narratives. Investigative leads and requests. 1 month in, and we're 18 months down the road, and it's even more silent than this. Lead documentation. Count names and statement, confirmed determination that neither Blank was Sebastian. Intrusion. Subpoena. Blank, login history, and Blank at the relevant time. That's interesting. Intrusion, subpoena, login history. Blank, and at the relevant time. Okay. All I know is they're discussing investigative leads and requests, actionable. Sounds like there had been a subpoena. What was that subpoena for? They did not preserve, by the way, it was told to me after our live last night, and I want to clarify for you all of the cameras were working at the Texas Roadhouse that evening. What happened is law enforcement did not ask them to preserve it. So when they couldn't get a hold of Carter, they preserved what they had. So I just want to clarify that the cameras were working at Texas Roadhouse, but law enforcement did not ask them to preserve anything. They saw funny things that they witnessed, funny things going on like Green Hoodie and other things. And they decided to grab what they could because Carter never showed back up for it or returned their calls, according to what we read the last couple of days. So heartbreaking, just like Warsham's, they never got there to preserve that. That's, if you're thinking he can walk barefoot less than a mile to Beach High, and a boy who doesn't like to go without shoes, he can sure walk to Warsham's. So why wasn't that picked up? Why didn't they go there and see, did he meet a buddy? Or did someone say, let's meet at the general store? No interest in even checking that. Why is it they know what they would check and what they wouldn't? We're not looking for that. That's not what we're looking for. That's not the kind of tip we need. It's really gross. And what I was starting to say is when this is all said and done, I don't just believe we'll see the people responsible arrested. I think we're going to see some other things happen because misconduct has been involved, in my opinion. And someone says, poor Seth, I feel really bad for him. Val Ventura says, it's like this wall that's too tall to climb to get over it to get info on his son. Exactly. And it shouldn't be like that. Susan Foreman says, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate your donation. Lisa B. always says, do you have the footage of the TBI agent? No, I have the source that told me. Like I said, she didn't take footage of him telling her that, but that's what was said. LE communicate. Oh, FBI and a National Center for Missing and Exploited case file. National Center for Missing and Exploited case file. Dates, times of blank sweeps, probably canvas sweep, blank in any flyer deployment logs because they were deploying flyers as well. Now they're talking about the FBI analytics. Blank written conversation. There were blank sweeps, logs used as releasable, and blank of any. So they have done FBI. They're talking about FBI analytics, the case file for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the flyers that have been sent out, and then law enforcement communications. Call text logs between blank and between blank and blank to map differential information flow, policy, and on blank notification protocols. I believe what that's saying to you is they were talking about, they wanted to see the call and text logs between both sets of parents to map differential information flow. Like one was receiving more information than the other. Like Chris Proudfoot, I'm the only one they told that stuff to. Well, that should never happen, especially when law enforcement knew he had calls to the house, because CPS notifies law enforcement. So why in the world would you be sharing with the father who has CPS calls to the house when you saw on footage him being carried out of that stepfather's house? But you're pretending to the neighbors they're not seeing what they saw in their own footage. You say there's no evidence of foul play. Well, by God, I'll call foul play carrying a child out of a home that you have called a runaway. Media video claims it's all redacted. Issues requiring clarity from law enforcement. This is, again, a month into the investigation. We're 18 months later, and this is still going on. Even worse, he's not returning texts anymore to Seth. He's not telling Seth if he's following leads. He's not talking to Seth. And rumor has it they turned down the marshals. But I can't clarify that. Issues requiring clarity from law enforcement. Why was blank lead outcome communicated to blank but not to the other, according to the parties? Again, preferential treatment. And if it's leaning, and we've seen who it leaned towards, why would you give preferential treatment to the parents whom you saw on footage coming from the command post and neighbors seeing it with their own eyes? Law enforcement's trying to tell them they haven't seen it, and no officials who did see it are coming forward, putting up their big boy pants and being honest for a child's life. They're hiding so they can keep their position. So why would you share anything? They should have arrested her the minute they saw on footage, in my opinion, him being carried out through that front door. You don't tell neighbors you didn't see what you saw on your own footage. You don't have command post people telling certain people they saw it, but pretending to the public there's no evidence of foul play. Well, hello, Mr. Craddock. Let me explain something to you. When a mother says her son ran away, and you see on footage him being carried out a front door, and you see a sedan pulling up at 3 a.m., and you didn't submit it on the Amber Alert, and you're telling everyone there's no evidence of foul play, and you didn't go over there and make an arrest for misreporting to you, there's going to be answers have to be answered. There's going to be questions that have to be answered. And it's going to go far beyond, where is Sebastian? It's going to be far beyond, why were you doing this? Why were you not doing that? In my opinion, because they saw it. They saw the flashlights. He called it a trash truck. Then the FBI contradicted him and said it was the neighbor's headlights. I mean, do they think we're dumb? And I just can't get past the point. Don't tell us there's no evidence of foul play when you heard the stepfather say he walked out of this house and stood on that porch. He gave the exact path from the front porch to the car on Kellen, and someone was seen carrying him out of the house and walking him that way through the houses around to Kellen to a 3 a.m. car. But yet the sheriff is saying there is nothing. No evidence of foul play and nothing pointing to the stepfather and mother. But the mother was the one home, and that happened. So did she let them in? Was she with them? Did she give them a key? How did they get in? How did someone carry her child out her front door? Captured on footage. And they've been saying nothing was captured on all 400 cameras and all this. How in the world was she not arrested? But now, guess what, my friends? Everything's coming to the surface. It's like Murdoch, yep. And what's he called now? Disgraced Murdoch. And I'm really shocked several people are going to give up their careers for whatever's going on. And I can't believe several people are going to give up their careers for Katie Proudfoot or whoever was responsible for opening that door and letting people carry him out, and whoever it was who carried him out. Because I'm not going to accuse anyone, but in my opinion, I believe Katie Proudfoot had something to do with it. Along with her mouth of an ex-husband, in my opinion. Okay? Yes, that lady, Gina H., has reached out to me. That lady has reached out to me who called into Justin's live because she saw it too. He was carried out. There's more than one person who saw it. Okay? But law enforcement is denying it and telling them they didn't see that. People from the command post telling Bobbie, I saw it with my own eyes. You heard Bobbie tonight. People from the command post talking about the 3 a.m. sedan, but Craddock didn't put it on the Amber Alert. The description, which is required by TBI if you have it. Why didn't Craddock go over and arrest her? When she said, I went to sleep and I woke up and he was gone. And they saw on the footage that was not the case. Lying to law enforcement. And he still stands there a month after this call, a month after all of this, in his last press conference, disgustingly enough, April 2nd of 2024, and stands there and says there is no evidence of foul play. There is no evidence that points to the stepfather and the mother. I have the audio. I can play the audio. I do have the audio. We're going to be going through a lot of things and releasing them because they need to get out there. So, absolutely. I certainly will bring that audio back up. And yes, Brandon Carter has that audio. I gave it to him in December. And I also gave him images from the backyard. So, and Kiki said, or Ladies Freedom said she did as well. Yeah, they've been going hard because this has got to come out. Instead of lurking in them shadows, come out and make some arrests. We can see who we see in those shadows, we think. Okay, issues requiring clarity from law enforcement. 1 month in, already issues. Issues requiring clarity from law enforcement. Why was blank lead outcome communicated to one party but not to the other? I'm assured to the Proudfoots but not to Seth. Status of blank and blank outreach to blank agency request numbers served. So basically asking for clarity from law enforcement regarding these issues. Confirmation of blank blank for scans every blank days as claimed and the date of the most recent run. So they're asking them for confirmation of some sort of scans that they're supposed to be doing every certain number of days as claimed. And they want documentation of that and the date of the most recent run. So they're holding them accountable. Probably, in my opinion, I hope they got it. Policy basis for restricted communication, text versus calls, with blank and any safety rationale for information compartmentation. So they're asking for their policy for restricting their communication, text versus calls. How do you communicate? Text, calls? What do you do? Preliminary intel, info assessment of call. The call reflects active parental engagement by all blanks, significant frustration with the information asymmetry, and multiple viable investigative lines. Misinformation risk via media social channels appears ongoing and likely to generate non-credible tips that can impede progress. A unified fact-checked communications plan is indicated. Coordination on public awareness actions, billboards, biker-led, interstate canvassing, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children peppering should be centralized to conserve resources and improve coverage efficiency. Coming over to check on you guys. All okay? Becky, will you email both of them to me, please? Becky, will you email both of them? I want to compare which one I have and the other one. Please. crimetimebuzz@gmail.com. So I'm just really shooketh over people knowing that he was carried out. Stepfather says he stood on the porch, gives the whole route. They see the route on the footage, and yet they don't do a darn thing. And a mother's saying she woke up and he was gone. And the doors were locked at night. There's 5 people who can access those doors. Sebastian with just the code doors, CP, KP, Kathy B, and Melissa P. Oh, and the housekeeper. 6, excuse me. Great. Becky, do you mind? Oh, you're sorry. Okay, I have one too. I'm sorry. I thought you said you had something. Kiki, please reach out to me. I'm just working on that video I started today. So please reach out to me. So it's just really upsetting. So I guess they're going to have to subpoena that neighbor to get that neighbor to talk about what they saw on their footage. I guess they'll have to subpoena Bobbie to get Bobbie to talk or be able to talk about who told her they saw it with their own eyes. I guess they'll have to subpoena all sorts of people who were at the command post. They'll have to subpoena the guy behind with the big old night vision audio 7 cameras who says he didn't see anything, but it's so bad. How is it so bad and you haven't seen anything? And I guess they're going to have to subpoena the agent who said wherever he is, he's not coming back from. Yep, Janet, all this in 1 month. And they never went to Texas Roadhouse, or excuse me. Apparently Brandon left a card there, but Brandon never went back. He never responded. And the Texas Roadhouse, as you've learned in our recent redactations that we've been reading, said, I've tried to get a hold of him. I don't deal with phone trees. I deal with people. I don't have time for this. It's embarrassing. People are moving out of the county. People won't come to the county with their children. And if you're someone holding information, please release it, because you don't want to be telling it on the stand. You want to be telling it before then. And there's a county commissioner who is at that command post who needs to speak up before we speak up. Okay, so this is the conference call. So now you're getting the actual narrative And it says correct. Limited in their quote unquote interrogation of the kids. And we just showed in Tennessee, there isn't a limit of interrogating kids. You can even do it without their parents present, but that might cause some issues. But there's not that limitation. But I promise you, every single child who had a direct interaction, and even the ones seen near blank on camera, have been interviewed. I can tell blank that much. Well, I hope so. I hope they were. I'm praying so. Yeah, blank is told blank about the blank people running around the neighborhood who got into blank on the other street. People running around the neighborhood, they're talking about that right now. Yes. Okay, anything come from that? Did blank tell you blank tracked down the blank driver? Probably the Uber driver, and blank knows who got in the car, and it wasn't Sebastian. They may have been talking about the Uber driver there, okay? Blank's just telling blank I know about it, but blank hasn't told me anything. Again, another person not informed. I'm assuming based on how things have gone, that was Seth, but I don't know. Okay, here's what blank got out of that. Blank did, now they're telling information. Remember they said it earlier in the call, we assumed this was communicated to you by law enforcement, but the assumption was incorrect. So now you're hearing them go over these things. Okay, here's what I got out of that. Blank did talk to blank about the blank driver. I'm assuming Uber driver. Or it could be something else. Blank said the blank picked up the blank blank actually. There was a neighbor at the end of Kellen, off the top of my head, I can't remember the name of the street because it's been a while, who ordered an Uber to the airport. And it starts with a D, but I can't think of the name. And it was picked up, but I'm not sure if that's what this is talking about, but I'm assuming so, but we're not sure because it's redacted. So we can guess, but we don't know. Blank said they picked up blank blank actually. Blank gave a blank time, and when they tracked down the blank, found out who it was. Blank tracked and talked to blank, and neither one was Sebastian. Okay, I hope they're not talking about the sedan there. I'm not going to say it. Okay, just saying, given the information, blank none. So, okay, blank just saying, blank giving blank the information, blank giving blank none. Again, one person getting the information, Seth not, is what I'm assuming that says. But when it comes down to it, blank and blank are treating blank a blank. So it sounds like someone's being treated worse than the other, Seth. Now, why would they give Seth such a hard time in the beginning? If they saw, when they saw on footage a sedan, him being carried out of the home on the neighbor's footage, the neighbor said it, Bobbie said it, and the county and the, hold on, I'm sorry, I got a fly just, yuck. And a county, someone at the command post saw it too with their own eyes. Okay. But yet in the beginning, who did they refuse to talk to? Seth. Who did an agent walk up to and go, I'm paraphrasing, I'm still on the theory that you paid someone to do it. How about that? Do you know how bad that is? To say that? They saw a sedan. They saw him being carried out on footage. Bobbie was told that. The person from the command post said they saw it with their own eyes. The neighbor saw it, and law enforcement said, you didn't see that. Well, yeah, they did. Oh, thank you all for the likes. You've done a great job today. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that's interesting. And there was one person home and responsible for him who claims he was gone in the morning when she woke up. But the doors were locked. But yet they don't go over. They don't arrest her. They pretend that footage doesn't exist. He was last seen on the 25th, not the 26th. But yet Sheriff Craddock hasn't changed that on his page. It's a mess. I mean, it's shocking. Agent saying where he is, he's not coming back from. Well, what the heck does that mean? Was he drugged and trafficked? Was he even worse? What does it mean? And why would you not talk to Seth? And why would you say to Seth, I'm still kind of on the theory you paid someone to do this? When you saw him being carried out from the front porch, the exact path the stepdad gave, saying a dog went that path. You heard Nancy Grace and law enforcement say no scent, but yet miraculously he gives the flashlight path. And then they call flashlights trash trucks, and the mother doesn't come out and say, our trash trucks don't come in the backyard. That's why I had Sebastian put the trash can in the front. She never comes out and says that. It's just a hot mess. I believe light bulbs, Michelle says, I believe light bulbs were removed to make it hard to see extra movements. Yes. And he told Nancy Grace their garage light is not motion. That is incorrect. I did have a local who drove by, and as they drove by, captured a picture of it turning on for me. It's a motion light. All of this. They didn't even follow up on Oregon. You're right. No, it took Dog's team. It's a travesty. They didn't follow up on Bristol. They didn't follow up on the ransom. They didn't follow up on Israel. They didn't follow up on when there were those threats to his life that he was in a hotel room in Mexico. None of it. What would we have done if At Night and Dog hadn't and One World hadn't gotten involved? It would be one big sentence, and you know what? They'd be saying, Sebastian, who? Don't pass out flyers. We don't need to bring this up anymore. Which is the exact mentality, even with yard signs. And I will share that with you. So, okay, so just saying that they gave information to one and not to the other. But when it comes down to it, blank and blank are treating blank a blank. So we know who was treated well, who was being told, well, it could have been you taking him, when they knew darn well what they saw in that footage, in my opinion. How are blank treating as blank as a blank? So they're talking about the inequity of treatment because blank gives blank no information. Blank just proved it. Blank given blank information and blank won't. I don't know what that means. Blank doesn't give, I think it means because maybe says because Brandon Carter gives Seth no information. We're guessing. Seth just proved it. Carter given blank information, Katie information, and Carter won't give it to Seth. That's what I'm guessing. Hold on. Let me tell you something. I'm apologizing to blank firsthand because I made a mistake, assuming blank were telling blank all of this. So the person's assuming that it's been shared with everyone, but they're now finding out Seth hasn't been shared with, in my opinion. And then someone says, so-and-so, I don't know anything, or blank don't know anything, or wasn't given anything. Well, blank heard what I just told blank. I'm apologizing. I assumed they were telling you, and that's my fault. I shouldn't have assumed. Again, probably shocked law enforcement wasn't communicating with the father. Well, blank. I cussed out blank, and I apologize. In my opinion, he has every right. I cussed out the governor and demanded, not the governor, excuse me, the county mayor. I cussed out who? The county commissioner? No, the county mayor, the one who runs all of Sumner County, cussed out in the house. Why was he in the house? Why was the county mayor in the house? Who just so happens to blank family. So blank, sure, that's going over like a fart in church right now. So the county mayor was at the house. I'm curious to know why he was there. He was cussed out, it sounds like, by Seth. And he just so happens to know the blank family. I'm assuming Bowersock's family. Because I did hear Proudfoot was a nothing until this. That's why he's enjoying his celebrity moment right now. I cussed out the director of EMS, that's Ken Widener. I cussed out the lead detective. I cussed out just about everyone in charge up there. Now this is in yellow. Yeah. Blank does not return phone calls. He went missing end of February. This is in March. Yeah, blank does not return phone calls. Blank will only text with me. We've heard Brandon Carter will only text with Seth. Blank will not speak to me. Now, why will he only text and not speak? Might he have to answer what was on the footage? I'm going to confirm something, blank. Blank's extremely hard to get in touch with. I'm sure it's Carter or Craddock. Done the same, and on this end, we don't get it. Blank came to pick up Sebastian's blank, sitting there and was looking for told parked out front and was there from 8 until 1 in the afternoon. So I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume, but remember they were talking about technology and someone waited all afternoon. So I think that's what this is about. Okay. Maybe Seth came to Sebastian's laptop. Seth was there and I don't know, but someone was there till 8 in the morning till 1 trying to pick something up of Sebastian's. All right. Let me tell you something before I forget. The morning blank stopped over and I was going to give blank the blank for that because when blank did, blank also allowed me to find information that hadn't existed the night prior. Blank actually took one of my blanks and that blank out of the house. So they have the blank and the blank that's been here the whole time. I have not gotten anything back. And then it said the blank by somebody in blank. So they might have been saying, clarifying who had it. I'm telling blank that right now. Okay. About Seth getting his stuff back. There are a few more things blank looking into. Blank hasn't gotten back blank. I apologize. I should have told blank the day blank did it. I don't know if blank has been in touch, but I called the National Center for Missing Exploited Children. Whenever there's an Amber Alert, it automatically triggers blank them. Blank hasn't picked up anything yet. I hope we find blank, and that's not the case. Did they even do anything except hide? Did they even do anything except pretend what they saw at the command post they didn't see? They probably destroyed it. Also, if blank thinks of a location, blank have outsourcing to pepper an area with more flyers. If blank catch wind of a possible area, we can call and have them pepper it. What about blank? So they might have offered an area. The blank is involved with that now, right now. Blank take and use blank work it. It's in blank use. Blank said do that at least blank every day. Try to get something. When I gave blank more photos, those were different angles of his face. That would be Seth. Blank haven't asked me for anything. Believe me, so probably Sumner County hasn't asked him for anything. Believe me, I've unzipped all my Facebook files from when I had Facebook just so I could have video and pictures of Sebastian. Oh, bless his heart. I asked blank because blank went missing with 0 trace and 0 evidence within the same 2 weeks. And I'm going to write that down. I'm going to look for other kids went missing because I did have someone also ask me about that. And Sebastian, one was blank and Sebastian was 15. So we're going to look into that. Said, y'all said no stone. I said, you all said no stone unturned. So blank is still waiting for Border Patrol, but I have to wait. So he had to use his own contacts to get a hold of someone at Border Patrol. Question or a statement? A statement. I was about to finish. I'm waiting for blank to come back from the field. Do what now? He has contacts in Border Patrol. Right. That's right. No, that's my blank. Oh, sorry. All the names I'm trying to keep up. I'm waiting for him to come back. Blank was in the Army? No. Fortunately, blank not in blank anymore. Not that anything in blank would actually work because blank don't care in blank. So I think he's talking about Katie, where it says here, Katie was in the Army. No, I'm guessing. Fortunately, Katie's not in the Army anymore. Not that anything would actually work because Katie don't care. I don't know. Blank got it spread out there too. I know it's all over the news there and is reaching out to blank because of the blank thing. And blank is going to dig deeper into that. I've got a few more billboards out. I extended the ones that are up and added a couple more. On one end, blank trying, and then he's also trying to get the 200 cyclists together. 200 what? Cyclists? Like bicycle motorcycles. Which group are you trying to get together? And he says, I've got blank working on everyone he's connected with. They're working on groups and blank is working contacts in the area. What's your plan with that? We're going to hit the interstates. Seth is so devoted. I mean, he's thinking of anything he can think of to look for Sebastian. Anything he can think of. Wow, we're going to hit the interstates. Blank asking so I don't duplicate efforts. So he's been wanting to hear from Brandon Carter on things, as you know, because when he gives him a tip or a lead, he wants to know if it's followed so that he doesn't have to do it if Brandon's. Blank asking so blank doesn't duplicate efforts. It's better if we coordinate and spread out. That's why I asked blank. Get up. Blank idea is a large group of motorcycles on the interstate. The reason blank got on blank bikes and rode up there yesterday was the big event. I knew there'd be a ton of people. I took about 300 flyers and got blank dispersed. Bikers go everywhere. Yep. Blank been to home. Bikers are good at anything. It's coming together for kids. And that is very true. Do you all remember when the bikers were going out there? Do you all remember when the bikers were going out to Hawkins County for summer? They were sending tons of bikers out there to look for her. And Ronnie Lawson, the sheriff there, said, no, we don't need you. We're about to solve this. Here we are 4.5 years later. Interesting. He's stepping down, thank goodness. I'll say blank personal feelings about aside. I'll say blank personal feelings about blank aside. Blank working for the same cause to find Sebastian. We'll deal with the. And I think that's, let's keep the animosity out. But you can't when you're dealing with an immature person who has no empathy, no love for the child that's missing. I haven't put my personal feelings about blank, about blank, blank this. It's not about blank, blank, blank. It's about finding Sebastian. That sounds like Seth. Exactly. The animosity can die for a while. Deal with it later. Yeah, see? He just wants to find his son, and Sheriff Special showing up, mocking everything when he hasn't helped. Who carried him out the front door? That's what I want to know. Who was it? Blank been talking trash. Last time I talked, I tried to clarify so people would leave blank alone about blank. I appreciate it. I got a question earlier I haven't touched. So I've got you. Can I verify if blank is blank? My next answer was going to be, what does that have to do with Sebastian's investigation? Stuff is starting to go places it doesn't need to go. Just like if I were on social media and someone asked me if blah, blah, blah was your blank, I'd be like, how am I supposed to know? But here's the thing. I know the answer. Blank, right? Surely it's nobody's business. Blank, correct. But I don't sit there and say that. I give them a polite, respectful answer. I appreciate your question. But that has nothing to do with that. Investigation involving Sebastian. Thank you. I want blank to know I want blank to know. So now I want blank to know there's stuff coming out. For example, blank asked about me not wanting Sebastian around blank. Faith, nobody's business. That was an agreement blank had, and it was the smartest thing for that situation. Do you disagree? Who does that sound like? Blank, I want my son with me, so of course not. Okay, if you could, I'll reach out again. Again is the key word. I know I'm coming to blank because we're the parents of Sebastian. The blank of us have to be on the exact same page. Oh, okay. Again, you don't have to. I'll emphasize again. I'll attempt, but I'm telling you blank. I understand that. Literally gotten one. And then I don't this going places it doesn't need to go. Me either. I just want to find Sebastian. So that sounds like it, a little bit about what had happened to Sebastian and CP not wanting Sebastian around Faith. Exactly. I don't back down from stuff, but when I know enough is enough and when to stop. We can pick things up later. That text I sent blank, I hope at some point we can blank down and have a conversation. Sure, it'll get heated. Blank has opinions. I'm sure things have been said to blank on different wavelengths with emphasis on things where blank don't have all the information and it sucks. Blank told blank bikes, and if not on social media, asked at a phone call from asking why we're riding motorcycles. So there's the blank. I don't know. Aren't even saved in my phone. Somehow my number is out there. The only reason I haven't changed it is because Sebastian knows it by heart. So I've gotten several calls from people. Do me a favor, three-way me when they call. That sounds to me like CP. Tell them to call me. I'll answer questions. I think most of them are news stations. Let the news run their mouth. That's why I don't save their numbers. Blank, call me. I do. I save everyone who texts or calls, so when these jackasses call, I know I don't care to talk to them. Everyone asked my issue with Nick Bear is simple. He put out false information or let it go out. One day he used a blank. He uses things for clicks. What benefits his newscasts? Like this exclusive video. No, you don't have anything. You're talking about I'm sure it says light videos. No, the blank that rolled by at 3 a.m. in front of our house. They've been vetted. Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't say at 3 a.m. At blank a.m. in front of our house. Been vetted. I'm referring to blank. Do what now? I wasn't talking about that. Sorry. They called me about that. It couldn't have been blank. Blank around here. Blank as in the blank. It's really hard to understand. Now, here's an unknown speaker inaudible. I don't know which it was, but blank told blank not to worry about the blank. They vetted it a long time ago. Who says things are vetted a long time ago? So I'm assuming that might be CP. There's not the one I mean. I mean the latest he released. Swears there are blank with flashlights. Dead wrong. Brought that video to the house and asked blank about it. I told, based on where this is over here and that's over there. Said I was dead on. But he's pushing that one light is subject 1 and the other is subject 2. It's BS. If it keeps the case fresh, fine, but he's peddling false information. False information leads to false allegations. We get tips about it, and it's something vetted thoroughly by multiple agencies. It wastes time and takes away from potentially credible leads. Where is everyone? Let me get back to you for a minute. Whew, it's a lot, you guys. Sorry. So basically, hi, Cooper. How are you? Thank you for all you do for Sebastian and Seth. Praying we get answers soon. Thank you so much, Cooper, for that kind message. And I hope we get answers soon, too. And thank you for your kind donation. I do, too, you guys. It's a hot mess, as you can see. This has been going on for so long. Lack of following up, lack of communicating fairly with both parents. Now we can't pass out flyers because not even parents, not even by blood, said they can't. It's just knowing what they saw on and knowing the way they've treated Seth and allowed the mother who was alone in a locked house to walk around living her best life. Misleading, in my opinion, is a travesty. It really is. It really is. Honestly, I think that we're close to the end. Everyone has to be vetted. Then blank call tips to blank. Everyone has to be vetted. Blank already said blank's not vetting that stuff. Oh my goodness. So they're not vetting something. Blank have to. Everything that comes in has to be taken. Okay, let's listen to that. Probably law enforcement already said they're not vetting that stuff, meaning the lights, the calls regarding tips to the flashlights. They have to. Everything that comes in has to be taken. Blank may not have to do much. Blank can say, thank you for the tip, hang up, but blank have to log it. That takes time away from what they're doing, which is a problem. I know. Blank's not attacking you or coming blank at you sideways. Who says that? I'm glad blank on the same page. I hope it stays that way, regardless of how blank. Again, I'll try. I've already asked them to refrain from commenting or making accusations. You see where that got me. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Do you want to go on with Duchess? No, I don't. So now I wonder if this was before the Duchess. For some reason, I had March 4th in my head, but now I wonder if this was even before the Duchess interview, which was March 3rd. Okay. So it sounds like CP might be on this call because he did go on Duchess. And he says, okay. And he says things like go sideways and vetted. Okay. Blank just texted asking us to go live. I said, I'm talking with Blank. Said, you all want to go live? If I go live with anybody, it'll probably be on the Pascal show. It's different. That's Seth. So this is CP in this call. I'm assuming because he, unless it's KP, but CP is the one who says vetted and sideways. And isn't that true about, wasn't that the best decision about Sebastian and Faith? That sounds like CP. Do me a favor. When you do, let me know. I'm not afraid. I'll go live with you. I'll go on there with you. No problem. Fine. They'll have to meet me wherever I am. I'm not going somewhere. I'm not handing out flyers or looking for my son. Wait. They'll have to meet me wherever I am. I'm not going somewhere. I'm not going somewhere that I'm not out handing flyers or looking for my son. Bless his heart. That's why many have stopped calling me. I want my son's face out there. I'm waiting on this Dr. Phil thing to come back. I would love to see Seth go on Dr. Phil. Oh, in April, that'd be cool if we can get that done. Not to cut this short, I'm exhausted. I don't want to call and hit voice. I'll text. Hey, call. Got info. Keep Blank in the loop. As soon as Blank gets more information, Blank push it and go from there. No problem. And that is the end of that. But I do want to share with you something a local sent me, and I'm going to read it because I have not redacted it myself for her information, his information. Hold on. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Just trying to get up something different here. Where's our... Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I want to get up our thumbnail with Sebastian. I do want Sebastian up here. Make sure you're seeing it. And I want to read you about yard signs. Okay. I received something about yard signs that I want to share with you. And of course, I'm not going to mention any names. Okay. Okay. I'm going to read this to you. Someone sent a request recently for more yard signs. I would love to buy more yard signs, but the man wait, excuse me, I'm sorry. Let me read it again. I'm not sure. Well, let me see here. Sorry. Okay, someone was trying to order more yard signs recently or at some point, and they were told no. I'm not sure how my first order for Sebastian signs got started, but I think that a new set with another picture would help to renew the public interest. You know how important it is to rotate inventory when it comes to renewing public interest in anything in life, regardless of the topic. So someone's requesting signs, but they'd like a updated sign. Please know that I am not comparing Sweet Sebastian to a business example at all. I simply mean that, sorry, y'all. I simply mean that after a while, humans start to overlook billboards, yard signs, and flyers because we get used to them. So she's suggesting maybe to renew public interest. Get a new picture on there, right? So she's saying, I'm not comparing him to a business at all. I simply meant that after a while, humans start to overlook billboards, yard signs, and flyers because we get used to them. I feel the same concern about summer wells. Does that make sense? It may not work out to create more, but I know how great the first set that you did turned out. It may not work out to create more, but I know how great the first set that you did turned out. Still looking for this. Here's the response. I've got 10 now at my house. 2 have been paid for by somebody 3 weeks ago, and they still have not picked them up. Other people have been messaging me on Facebook wanting to know where their signs were, and I told them they were here, but they still haven't picked them up. It's just sad to know that they could be in somebody's, and who knows, it may make the difference, but people are too busy in life to come and get them is really frustrating. And she says, well, let me know if you want me to get them at any point. I'd be thrilled to stick them all over. Here's the response. You ready? Although I think your idea is good, I'm not sure that will work because of what I just explained. I'm afraid the interest of the majority of the people is fading away. Are you kidding me? Although I think your idea is good, I'm not sure that will work because of what I just explained. I'm afraid the interest of the majority of the people is fading away. So don't upgrade the signs. Don't do that because, it's not going to work. The interest of the majority of the people is fading away. Why is it fading away? And if you're a sign owner, isn't that your business to get signs out there so it doesn't fade away? Right? I'm going to the chat now if you're in the bushes. Yes, he did. One time I remember something like that. So at one point, kind of like that. What I think I heard is they were on a panel and something was said about he was going to come live with me in May or something like that, or something, and it was said, well, why didn't you tell us that? Or something like that. But Jennifer says he also said at one time, if I were a millionaire, Sebastian would be home. What does that mean? Right? What does that mean? That's not, I'm going to point something out in my opinion. If someone makes that statement, and it was CP, I believe, that's not death, in my opinion. What brings a high price tag? And what's that millionaire thing again? Wait a minute. Think about that. Didn't Janine Chrissy say something like, you don't have $1 million, Chris? CP? When she was talking about the poker game? Didn't she say that? I think she did. The signs are gone, in your opinion? Many have wrote the governor. Yes, I wrote that White House person. Many are talking to Kash Patel. Yeah, but that's really interesting because she had brought up something about money in the poker game and going, yeah, like you've got $1 million, right? You got that kind of money, right, Chris? Like, right, CP? And now here it is. If I were a millionaire, Sebastian would be home. Yes. and the supposed friends that frequent their home to gamble. Which home are you referring to? You all, I know you're frustrated. I know you know I'm frustrated. Yeah. What brings money? Why would, if you needed $1 million to get your child home or to get your stepson home, what does that mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And CP sold their near new trailer. Okay. Yeah. The RV hasn't been there in long time. Jay, question after hearing you read that redacted call, could it be Sebastian was taken for money owed to someone? KP had a black eye, stayed out of sight for days after, and videoed Sebastian's front door. And the video of Sebastian at the front door. MCE, how do you know KP had a black eye? Are you alleging that? Because I've never heard that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just asking because I've never heard that. It could be, absolutely. Maybe that's why, and she's saying maybe that's why there was no interview for 8 days. And then the video of Sebastian coming out the front door. Fox and Friends interview, in my opinion. Thank you, MCE. Wow. You all, I have a feeling that all of these updates on X, but why is that? Although I think you're right, good, I'm not sure it'll work because of what I just explained. Then the interest of the majority of the people is fading away. So just give up, right? Just give on up. So the sign person making signs, not going to do anything new to get attention to it. Majority of the people, its interest is fading. Well, why do you think? Because no one's bringing them up there. And I do want to show you one other thing. Hold on, if you have 2 more minutes to wait for me. Holly asked, that video said more than any look on their face could have. Which video, my friends? Oh, someone said in one of Katie's interviews, it looks like she has a black eye, but there's no proof of it. But yes, it does look like it. I will look at her early interviews. Thank you. You guys are great. By the way, mods, thank you. Whispering Winds, Holly S. I know we've been staying on late lately, but there's just so much to cover when I get on here. Hi, YouTubers here. Thank you, mods. You're doing a fabulous job. Town chat. Hope you're feeling better, my friend. I do want to thank my mods because you go above and beyond. I know Mini Panthers was in here as well. Thank you all. You are truly a blessing to our channel. Without you, and without you in the chat, without you in the bushes, without you members, subscribers, listeners, viewers, first timers, we wouldn't be anything without you. So I really, truly appreciate each and every one of you. Over her left eye, thank you, who chooses to tune in, because there's lots of places you could be. Truly, we are a family. Whispering, we truly have become a family. I just absolutely love our community. I've never seen anyone do an interview like that before. Crazy. Are you talking about the Fox and Friends one? You are most welcome. Enjoy the channel and crew. You all allow me to enjoy it. You truly do. If we were millionaires, Sebastian would be home. The reward for Sebastian's return is nowhere near the comment of $1 million. Interesting. Interesting perspectives, my friends. I want to look at one thing with you. I want to see one thing. I looked on trying to find if Brandon Carter ever posts about him. And I couldn't find that, but I do want to show you something. TBI newsroom, the public information officer is supposed to be doing updates to keep his name and face out there. The last update was February 25th. What they did with this update was took the April update and just added this date and put February 26 marks 1 year, and the rest of it was the same update. Okay. It's just very, very disturbing. I want to show you here. They have changed it here to February 25th. Okay. Craddock still has February 26th, but there are other places that I've seen that it's still saying February 20. Well, this one's the change now. Okay. Just checking. So we still have Craddock on his sheriff's page with the February 26th date of missing. When is this going to, well, I think it's getting close, my friends. You know, they've reached out to many oversight committees, many. They are, let me show you something here real quick. If you've got time, it's just going to take a real quick. Just want to show you something. These are all the redacted things we've looked at. Oh, and by the way, we have found out, there they are buying their reptile. We have found out that, ooh, I want to, there he is with his peg. I want to show you that for a second. Let me share that with you. We have found out yesterday that At Night is going to be releasing. Oh, Duck Ann, hello to Scotland. Good to see you come out of the bushes. She says, Duck Ann says, hi, everyone. Duck Ann in Scotland. Hi, everyone. I don't chat much, but I'm always here, mostly replay. Duck Ann, thank you for coming in and saying hello to all of us. Yes, and for your 7 months of support. Thank you so much. And it's good to see you out of the bushes. They're a friendly group. We're a friendly group. Come on in anytime you feel like it. Anyway, guess this one, if you weren't with me last night, that big old Strike and Spare where we went and there was a tournament. So we went and played arcade games and he had other family members there and had a good old happy time. They were there for 10 minutes. They went to the desk. Sebastian appeared very startled and hiding behind his mother. I don't know what he saw there. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was going on, but they are going to be releasing the footage for transparency, that it wasn't a good, fun-filled day. Okay, so we're waiting for that to come out. As soon as they have that redacted and released and whatever they're doing, I will share that with you. But I want to share with you what they said about the committees. Where are we? Where are we? Here we are. Oh. When did this one come out? Okay, this is one that came out 2 days ago, and I don't think I read this one to you all. Maybe I did. But they have reached out to oversight committees regarding the investigation. At Night vehemently denounces the latest reprehensible actions of Chris Proudfoot, who reportedly dressed as a fake sheriff in a shameless overnight mockery that further exposes his utter contempt for the gravity of Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. The grotesque display of juvenile antics amid 18 months of anguish for Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, and dedicated volunteers is nothing short of despicable and reveals a man more invested in provocation than in seeking justice for a missing child. His behavior speaks volumes and proves yet another mistake in the FBI's latest release, painting him as a victim of tragedy, when in reality, it showcases a pattern of callousness, alleged abuse, and obstruction that demands immediate scrutiny and accountability. We are appalled by his heartless farce, which not only conflicts additional torment on those tirelessly searching, but also erodes public trust in the investigation. Amen. Proudfoot must be held responsible for turning a family's heartbreak into his personal circus, and we call on law enforcement to investigate this as potential interference or harassment. To the public, your tips and evidence are crucial. Continue flooding our secure channels with any footage, witnesses, or details related to this incident. At Night will relentlessly pursue the facts, exposing those who mock suffering while a boy remains lost. Justice for Sebastian cannot be derailed by such vile clownery. Unus mundus, we stand united against this outrage. Amen. Now I have,
And what the video shows is kind of mind-boggling.
Turn your camera around over where they can see. Hold on, let me turn this light up.
Sorry.
Look at this. Look at this. Can you see him? Oh my God. I'm so irritated right now. I really thought I was getting... Show me your...
It's fucking bad. It says Samael.
My name. That's my name. Deputy Samael. I'm with the Special Police Department from the hashtag FUBJ.
Show me your thing.
Yeah, I got my
super soaker.
My super soaker.
Probably was Sebastian's.
I can't stand y'all. Well, I'm going to get off here and go visit with the process server.
Okay, you all.
That's what I'm going to do. Maybe back on later, might not.
This is not humor. This is heartless. A purported stepdad who should be helping, instead ridicules the pain of a grieving father while altering public perception on national television. This video depicts the true Christopher Proudfoot. Sebastian has been missing for 559 days. A boy lost, a family shattered. Where is the justice? Sebastianrogers deserves better. We all do.
Ooh, let's go back to that.
79 day Christopher grieving father.
That's what I'm going to do. Maybe back on later, might not.
This is not humor. This is heartless. A purported stepdad who should be helping, instead ridicules the pain of a grieving father while altering public perception on national television. This video depicts the true Christopher Proudfoot. Sebastian has been missing for 559 days. A boy lost, a family shattered. Where is the justice? Sebastianrogers deserves better. We all do.
Amen. And I think that's where we're going to end this evening, my friends. Justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He is 16 years old. He deserves to be brought home. And Val Ventura, we're going to end with your comment. Dancing Queen real quick says, I wonder if they lied to everyone to help cover up, saying they were taking Sebastian to safety away from his dad. It kind of looks like it. Could be, but that's illegal. The dad has made it very clear. And actually, they would have to prove that he was in danger at his father's. And the proof of danger is the CPS reports to Stafford Court. We're going to go ahead and end, but that is a great comment, Dancing Queen. Excellent comment. Thank you. And Whispering says, thank you all for joining Crime Time Buzz tonight. If you haven't subbed yet, please consider it, as well as joining. Hit the thumbs up and share on your way out. Thank you, and stay safe, everyone. Thank you, the Whispering Winds. And Val Ventura says, and we're going to end here with this big boom. Please look at Sebastian's shoes. Cooper, where do you want me with his shoes at the Texas Roadhouse, the black ones with the white sole, or the ones at the bowling alley where they stopped for 10 minutes and he was holding? So why does he have shoes he's holding in one? We'll dig into that later, because you know all of us will be going down a rabbit hole for the next 2 hours. Yes, he had the same shoes on as KP's. But I find it interesting that I can't wait to see the video of the bowling alley. We will be looking at his shoes. Cooper, I hope you will join us. So hit that notification bell. And here's where we're going to end with this big boom. Let's go ahead and put this up here real quick. We're going to put this up here. Of them shopping for reptiles. Oh, that was Hong, right? We're going to put that. We're going to read this last comment. Oh my. Did you guys see that? Okay. Says the Federal Bureau is high. Ha ha. FB high. I'm shook. And that's because of their mistakes. But here we go. You share this. Go there. And this is a perfect way to end this. They were 2 sizes too big at the bowling alley, Cooper. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I hope you'll join us when we get to watch that together. I have not seen it. The millionaire comment does raise questions now, Jennifer, because we've heard it. The $1 million question. If I had $1 million, he'd be home. That lady, Chrissy, saying, you don't have $1 million. I'm going to have to look at some of that. Thank you, Cooper. It's so welcome in, by the way. Thank you for being here. Yeah, look at KP's face on this. This is classic. I hate to be that way, but let's just get a good look. Since they want to go out in public and search for new things instead of searching for Sebastian. That's another thing that irritates me. They're searching for something new to bring into their home when they've lost someone, not something, Sebastian, and aren't searching for him. And we're going to end it right here. Why would they want to get a pet when they are all going to jail? Boom. There you go. Thank you all so much for being here this evening. Duck in Scotland, thank you for your 7 months. Thank you so much for keeping Sebastian's awareness. Thank you, Duck Ann. It's all of us. It takes every single one of us to break this silence, to scream louder than the silence permeating through Sumner and their residents who are living, not knowing, not being told, not being served and protected. All of you, to all the families of the missing, to all the locals in Sumner County, to Seth, to Sebastian, to everyone searching, actually searching, please stay safe, because we will bring him home. And some of you might have to think about adopting a reptile. Just kidding. It's a travesty. Searching to bring something new. They should not be allowed so much as anything with a heartbeat, in my opinion. That is my opinion. I'm allowed to have it. And I hope you all had a nice evening, and I will see you again tomorrow. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers matters. He's not a punchline. He's a human being. We will get the last laugh. Seth will get the last laugh. Sebastian will get the last laugh. And Lady Justice will get the last laugh. Blessings to you all. Keep keeping on, and please stay safe until next time. Talk soon. And thank you, everyone.